Hey everybody, what's happening? We are live. See, there's like 22 of you in the chat lined up there. So let me know how this error message from YouTube here. I'm not sure if it's correct or not, but I'm hoping that it's incorrect. So throw some stuff up in the chat there. Let me take a look and see what you guys are seeing. If you're having a good stream, the case may be. So let me know what you're seeing there. On my end, I think it looks pretty good, but let me know what you're seeing because I'm wondering if there's something going wrong or if everything is good. Okay, cool. All right, so far so good. All right, everybody. So welcome to the Unity Brew Day. I was on a bunch of different brew days this morning, on some Zoom chat brew days with Gary from from down in Florida, and Mike Dean, and gosh, Nate from Under the Table Brewing was on. Hey Jacob, hey YouTubing, hey Joe, hey Chris, hey USMC Mike 1, thanks for your service. I'm assuming that means you're in the Marine Corps. Kelly will probably be in and out today. She might come down and help a little bit every so often. Is the sound good and the picture is good and all that stuff? I just want to make sure because I've kind of messed with a few things behind the scenes to try to make sure that the stream is as good as possible. Hey Jim, how's it going, buddy? Let's see here. So, I've got a couple things. If you notice down in the corner over here of the stream, there is the Blickman Brew Commander. So I haven't actually set anything up to heat up for brewing or anything like that. All right, cool. Sounds good, looks good. All right. So I want to kind of let you guys see what I've got going on here. And I've actually got kind of a Frankenstein brewing system here. It is a kettle that I made myself. And it's based on the Bayou Classic 1144 brewing, or 1144 kettle. Got a dip tube assembly from Brew Hardware. I've got, like I said, the Blickman Brew Commander, and then I've actually got one of their thermo wells over here on it. I'm using a Riptide pump, and then here's where the Frankenstein part comes in. I was going to use this basket with a mesh bag, but then I realized that the last time I used a mesh bag, the grain or something molded it and I had thrown it away. So it just so happens that the Clawhammer supply basket fits perfectly in the 1144 kettle. So surprise, surprise. So then I'll be using that, and then I'm also going to be using my sparge arm thing that I built for this system. So it's going to be, this is the first brew day on the Blickman Brew Commander, so this should be a good time, seeing if it works out well or not. So let's see here. I'm brewing too. Awesome, awesome, Dev. Let's see. Hey, Jim. Hey, Justin Thomas. That's cool. So awesome that you're in the middle of a brew day. So that's what I've got going on. I'm actually going to be doing an IPA today with I don't know, a variation of malt and some hops and stuff. I didn't even know what I was going to brew until like this morning. I hadn't even really decided what I was going to do, and I just came up with a recipe on the fly and looked at the hops that I had and stuff. So I'm going to be using some Galaxy, a little bit of Ron Mexico, the Sabro. Also going to be using a little bit of Columbus for bittering, and I'm trying to think of what else was there in there. I said Galaxy already. I think I've got 3 different hops in at the end. Hey, what's happening, Smithskin Brewery? Errol Cerverso 68, morning, wherever you are. Hey, Jeff Hostra, awesome. It's been a while since you've been here. Yes, that is true. So I wanted to let you guys know, I also have another camera set up, and I'll show you what that is looking like over here. So that is the bar cam. So whenever I go to get a beer, I will flip it over there, and I will, you can see what's going on over there with me pouring a beer, and that way I'm not off camera too much. And if Kelly comes down and hangs out with us, then we'll be able to see everything that's going on. So that's the back bar of my bar. I know you guys have kind of seen it a few times. So awesome. Brew Keg Tap, just finished a brew day yourself, and an IPA with Kvike Ragnarok. Awesome, awesome. Looking to upgrade to stainless bucket fermenter. Recommend the Anvil bucket fermenter. I honestly, I like the Anvil bucket because of the fact that it's a little bit cheaper. And there's really not a lot of advantage over the SS brew bucket compared to the Anvil. I mean, it doesn't have any kind of a dump on the bottom or anything like that. So, yeah, oatmeal stout counts as breakfast for sure. Where to get the big strainer in the background? Which strainer are you talking about? This one here? Talking about this one right here? This strainer? Or what are you talking about? Kevin, I'm talking to you. I'm not sure. Spike Flex fermentation chamber recommended. So like a Spike Flex in a fermentation chamber? I don't know. I mean, they have a cooling coil for it, so, you know, I don't know. Hey, Ben Davis. Awesome. Yeah, that actually comes with. It's a stainless steel basket that comes with the 1144 Bayou Classic system. What I'll do is I've been working on doing a video on this. I actually have a bunch of video on how this thing was made, drilling all the holes and all that stuff, and installing everything. I've got a tri-clamp on the side over here. Let me grab this other camera real quick. Let me set this up so I can give you guys a good look at this thing here real quick. Let me set up one more scene real quick here. And I'll give you guys a closer look at that thing. Let me see here. Hopefully this will come through okay. All right, so I'm gonna start off over here with the Brew Commander. Oh, you didn't miss anything, Brad. I'm just still doing that. So double digits here. I'm not sure what you mean. Guess I need a beer. And so, yeah, yeah, exactly. Okay, so I'm going to start you off over here at the Brew Commander, and then I'll show you what we got going on here. So I've got this kind of a nozzle in here, and the way that this is going to work, actually, it's going to be connected to this here, and you guys may have seen, this is my $10 sparge arm that you guys may have seen the video of. So this will actually sit down inside of the kettle and then disperse the wort over top of the grain bed with that. Got a hole in the top of the kettle for that. Let me set this over here. Then the basket from the claw hammer system is in there. Move that off to the side. Okay, so now, whoop, other way. So now this thing actually, if you can see in here, there's a ripple element. This is a 5,500 watt element. And then we've got this is a dip tube from, let me see if I can actually point this down a little farther here. So this is a dip tube assembly from Brew Hardware, and it's got a pretty cool removable dip tube in it. And the nice thing about that is you can basically put it any way you want. I usually have it pointed this way. And you can see the thermal well is really close, so I'm drawing wort past this thermal well. This is how I designed it, so to try to keep constant temperature coming off of the element. And then coming around the side over here, I've actually got a tri-clamp fitting. I had to put a ferrule in here, or a spool, I'm sorry. A spool in here to actually space this out, otherwise the element would hit the kettle. And then of course this is a tri-clamp element from Brew Hardware. And then, of course, you know, you got your tri-clamps and all that stuff. So the cool thing about this is that it can, let me get this over here. I can actually use it to do a 110 volt system with it. And the cool part about it is that, let me transition back over to the other camera here. Let me adjust that. So let me show you something real quick here. I'm going to grab something. Hadn't planned on doing this, but so with this element, which is a little scorched because I ran it dry last time, but I think it still works okay. So with this element, this is a 1650 watt element. With that element and this Inkbird right here, the IPB16S that has the pump and all that stuff on it, you can actually, that system right there would run on 110 volts, and you would be able to use it just like you would 110 volt system. And then if you wanted to upgrade later with it, you could actually, you know, buy a Blickman Brew Commander and a 5500 watt element, and then everything else would stay the same. So kind of I wanted to put together a system that was convertible from 120 volts to 240 volts and be kind of versatile like that. That was before the Brew Commander came out, because I was going to do like a controller standalone, but I got to be honest with you, the Brew Commander is, for what it is and how much it costs, it's pretty hard to beat that combo, quite honestly. So, all right, so let me see here. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8. All right, let me get some water going in this kettle, and we'll get the brew day started here. Get that thing started filling up. Hey Fabio, hey Beer Me Too, enjoy, awesome. Glad to have you guys on the live stream. Everything looking good and sounding good, I assume. Yes, yeah, I'm doing an IPA. I'll have to find out where my recipe went here. Here it is. All right, so I got to give you guys a rundown on what it is here. I'm calling it the Unity IPA. I'm doing a 5.5 gallon batch. 8 pounds or 9 pounds of 2-row, 3 pounds of Maris Otter, 1 pound of Carapils, and 1 pound of honey malt. And then for the hops, I'm doing Columbus at First Wort, and then I'll be doing HBC 438, which is I think that's the Ron Mexico. And then Galaxy at 1 ounce of Galaxy and 1 ounce of Mosaic at Whirlpool for 10 minutes at 170 degrees. And then after I do that, then I'm going to do some kind of a dry hopping schedule. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do yet, but I'm definitely going to do a dry hop on it. So that will be one of those things that I'll kind of decide when I get there, but that's what I threw together for the brew day. And then my salt additions, 8.6 grams of gypsum, 5.1 grams of Epsom salt, 3 grams of calcium chloride, and 1.7 grams of salt. It's about almost 200 to 100 sulfate to chloride ratio. So it's the sulfates are like, I think, about 198, and then the chloride is like 90, somewhere around 95 or something like that. So that should make a good, nice IBU. I'm actually going to use US 04 on this. I haven't used that in an IPA before, so I'm going to try that out and see how that goes. I do kind of like the way that it leaves some fruitiness and stuff. So I don't know if you guys have used 04 in an IPA before. Let me know. If that's a wrong choice, I have some other yeast that I could use if I need to. And so that brings us to, should be, where was the ABV predicted on this thing? See, I was like 6.89 was the expected expected gravity on it, or expected ABV. And yeah, so that's the recipe. So anyway. All right, let me just check out a couple things here. All right, 72 you guys viewing. Awesome, 73 now. All right, so I'm actually going to go ahead and I'm going to program the Brew Commander for the hop schedule as well. I mean, it has like a timer built into it where you can actually program the stuff in. And I am actually, the system I'm using today, Paul, is kind of a Frankenstein system. I'm using the Brew Commander, I'm using a kettle that I built, and then I'm using the basket from Clawhammer Supply for the basket in it, because I didn't have I thought I had a mesh bag, but didn't have one, because I was going to use the basket that comes with the Bayou Classic 1144 system, which is this one here. You can see it. It's got holes and stuff in it. It's something kind of like what High Gravity Brewing used to use in their system before they switched over to the boil coils. And so it's kind of a Frankenstein system. I've never brewed on it that way before. This system was actually used with the Grounded Brewing Technologies control panel in a wheat beer grain glass video that I did. Oatmeal stout for breakfast. Absolutely. I mean, it's got oatmeal in it, right? So why not? Ben Davis, not for sale. Are you doing a hop stand today? Yes, I am doing a hop stand since it is an IPA. I want to try to extract some of those flavors from the hops at the hop stand. I'm doing like 170 because I want to try to extract a little bit more of the aroma and stuff and less of the bitterness. It is 1:16 right now. And so my water's at the 8-gallon mark, so I need like roughly just a little bit of over 8.5 gallons. Incidentally, I don't have a profile for this system yet, and because I never did one, so I just used the Clawhammer Supply the Beersmith profile, and just kind of tweaked it a little bit, and I'm going to use that. So I'm going to go ahead and get my salt stirred in here. Let me grab my spoon wherever that went. I'm a little bit unprepared for today because I was running around doing all kinds of stuff, but we'll get through it. I threw this kettle and everything together last minute. I had not installed the thermal well in it from Blickman to use with the Brew Commander, so I hadn't done that yet. Now, according to Blickman, the controller really doesn't need any kind of auto tuning, from what John says. So we'll see. We'll see how that works in practice today, and we'll just find out whether or not that's true. So, let it stir in. Let me put the basket in. Since I'm using the Clawhammer basket, I did double mill my grains, just to let you guys know. I did do that, so that thing fits in there just perfectly. Story of my life. John, I don't think that they sell the basket itself, but I tell you who does. Utah Biodiesel, and I'm not 100% for sure whether or not they're the ones that sell the kettle or sell the basket to Clawhammer Supply, but I know Utah Biodiesel is a great source for these type of baskets, and I think this basket's like 400 micron, and so that works pretty well. All right, let's see. Let me put this down in here. Let me see what my start or target temperature is. It says 8.57 gallons of water at 152.4. So let's put 152.4 in there. All right. Turn that on to auto. Let's open up the pump here. I'm assuming you guys can see that. Let me actually switch back over to the other view here so you can see a little better what I'm doing. All right, so heat is on, as you can see there. Power's at 100%. I'm going to open up the pump here, and it's got a virtual pump switch on it. So there's our pump starting up, and we are circulating and we are heating. So everything looks pretty good there so far. And then once we get that far into it, we will, I'll go ahead and put all the steps in. You can do the boil steps and all that stuff. Using the paddle, the Spike system is going to offer the basket load. Yes, they are. You're using the paddle that's on the hood, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, when we go to mash in, I will definitely use the sods. Shout out to my homebrew club, Scioto, Olentangy, Darby, Zymergist. That's kind of like some river systems that are down in Columbus. So yeah, absolutely. What I'll do is I'll put a link to the recipe. I'll save it up to my Google Drive, and I'll put a link to it down in the description. And then I've also got a complete parts list for this particular system that I built here, and with links and with hot links and all that kind of stuff. Affiliate links, by the way, so if you buy from my list, I get a little cut of it, just to be completely transparent there. But I have all the stuff that I've used in this system listed out in that in a spreadsheet, so you guys can use that, and I'll post it. I'll post a link to it in the description of this video as well, so you guys can check it out. So I've got both everything you need for the 120 volt version, and then everything you need for the 240 volt version. So so we'll see how quick this thing heats up. I mean, it's starting to heat up pretty quick, so that's good. We'll see. I'll be curious to see whether it overshoots or not. Like I said, John said it doesn't need any auto tuning, so we'll see what's going on. Mark brewed Friday. Yes, yeah. I think I said that earlier, but Spike is definitely going to offer their basket standalone for sure. Who else? Anybody else brewing today? Anybody else working on anything out there that they want to share? Got 80 viewers. Awesome. Looking good. Let's see. Decided earlier. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I will tell you, in doing the research, putting all the components and everything together for this system that I have here that I'm using today. High gravity brewing.
Hi.
Hi, look who it is.
It's okay, you're talking. Hi, everybody.
Hey, it's Kelly.
How am I looking?
How about that? Yeah, sure.
Thank you for being here. Happy National Brew Day.
Making a Concord wine, kegging a lager today. Awesome.
Ooh.
Doing a Hacker Peshore clone. Interesting. Yeah, John, absolutely. I'll get that controller out to you here shortly. I wanted to let you guys know, to be honest with you, John. Let's see how this works. Ha ha. We got you. We see you. Say hi to the camera.
Me right here?
Yeah, over there.
Phone her up.
Over there.
Oh, God. Damn it, Brian, I think I had it on there somewhere.
Hey, good day, Leo.
Leo.
Too funny.
I've hired someone to do our bathroom now. They're going to be here in 3 weeks.
Awesome. Well, it should be nice and
shitty
by then.
Spend time on the weekends doing what we should be doing.
You don't have a microphone on you.
Well, they can probably hear me through yours.
Maybe.
Hello?
Can you guys hear her through mine?
They probably don't care.
Yes, Drake, fill the kegerator.
Actually,
Actually, the kegerator is almost completely full. I think it's maybe one keg shy of a full kegerator. So yeah, thanks, Mark. I appreciate it. Yes, it is beer 30. It's almost time for me to go grab a beer. Okay. Actually, I'd like one of those Dunkels first. No, the other glass. One of the same one you just got. The same. Give me a glass rinse first. Give me a glass rinse first.
Oh,
You got to give me a glass rinse. Nah, I don't need to be on my toes if the boss lady's in the house. Come on, y'all. 1062, 1019, awesome. Initially overshot mine. About time to get there. Yeah, I know, it's pretty cool. I thought of that last night, Leo. I'm like, I'd like to do another, because I've got everything figured out with my main camera now. And I thought, well, what can I do with the other camera that I was using before? And I thought, well, you know what I'll do is I'll just show it behind the bar. That way, if I go over there, it'll be visible and everybody can see what's going on. So cheers, everybody. Drinking on the, this is the Spike's Your Dunkel that I brewed on that Spike system. Let me see if I can get it to focus on this, because it wants to focus on a face. Maybe I can, maybe I can't. There it is. So, Brian getting bougie.
Brian has actually been sick this week, and I just caught
Oh,
him
yeah.
in the kitchen last night at 2 a.m.
Yeah, actually, that's what I was going to tell John. I would have shipped.
Everyone's well.
I would have shipped your controller out, John, but right after I did the drawing, and you won, I actually came down with a fever for like 3 days, and so I'm like, I'm not sending anything to anyone anywhere while I've got a fever, because who knows if I had anything or not. Yeah. So I was very very scared for a little while there, but after the third day, this fever just went away, and I'm feeling good now. On top of that, my knee was about twice its size with a bunch of fluid. So it's been
down on it wrong.
It's been a bad week. I almost didn't do this live stream, but then at the last minute, I'm like, yeah, F it, let's just do it. So
It's worth it.
cheers, Island. Cheers, Bjorn.
Cheers, Leo.
Yeah, no doubt, Colby. So yeah, it was a little touch and go for a little bit there. I was just really glad that I didn't experience any of the other symptoms or anything like that. Hey, Elder P, good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Thanks, Kalos. Just got home from work. Awesome.
Cheers.
You didn't miss anything yet. I just mashed in on or not mashed in.
What did you choose for your recipe? Because he didn't know it yet this morning.
An IPA.
Okay.
Remember, I said I wanted to do an IPA to have one of those on tap.
Island Brew.
Awesome.
Hi.
Awesome. The good old BSG hat. Thanks to Juno Choi for that one there. They sent me a little care package. So awesome. Ripping out drywall for my TEB clone brew spout in my new house. Awesome. Haven't brewed since 2016. Oh man, you gotta do like an extract batch on the stove or something. You didn't miss anything, Gam dude. I just kind of went over the system that I made, and I'm heating up the strike water right now, and I didn't put any water in the kettle or anything because I wanted to let everybody see what the system was, and basically it's kind of Frankenstein together. It's Blickman Brew Commander, Bayou Classic kettle with my own design on the heating coil and sensor placement and all that kind of stuff. And then I also had I really like a sight glass, and so I had to incorporate that into it. I mean, it's so I can see where the level is. I don't have any numbers on there, but I know that the top mark is like 8 gallons. So, Leo, I am brewing an IPA. It's roughly about close to 7%, 9 pounds of 2-row, 3 pounds of Maris Otter, a pound of Carapils, and a pound of honey malt. For my hopping is first wort hop of Columbus, and then HBC 438, which is Ron Mexico, at 5 minutes left in the boil. And then I'm going to do a 10-minute Whirlpool edition of Australian Galaxy and Mosaic for 10 minutes at 170. So it should be a nice hoppy beer.
Australian Galaxy.
Yeah.
Have we used that before?
Maybe once or twice. I just got some recently, so. IPA hot rod kettle is up and nuclear. Awesome. You got your kettle going, huh?
Leo's
Sweet.
Gonna do a red IPA.
How often do I replace my silicone tubing? I have some of the first silicone tubing that I got when I put my HERMS system together. I mean, I brewed a bunch of batches. I'll show you what it looks like compared to what is going on now. Let's see if I can- Yeah, bang, bang, boom, boom. So just give you a comparison. This is not the same brand or anything. So this is some hose that's had probably 30 or 40 batches run through it.
Yeah.
And this is new hose that's had maybe 1 batch run through it. I mean, as long as there's no debris on the inside or anything like that you can see.
Sort of like a mouth guard.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as long as there's nothing funky on the inside when you look through it to see it, I don't usually have a problem with keeping it. Yeah, I wouldn't change it. No, not really. Especially on the on your mash side and all that stuff. I don't really see an issue with that at all. So, okay, I got you. Yeah, it heats up pretty quick. I mean, I went from 60, 65, 66 degree water. We're already 110 degrees, and it heated up pretty quick. So, yeah. Well, I have it set to auto, so it'll stop.
Noise.
Yeah, it'll stop whenever
Yeah.
it will beep whenever it gets there. So, now whether I can hear it or not is another question. And I did double mill my grains since I'm using the claw hammer basket. It's like 400 microns, so I went ahead and excuse me, carbonated. I'm actually, she's drinking a Dunkel. I'm drinking a Dunkel right now.
Yeah.
Did I paint it?
Dunkelicious.
Yeah. Did I paint it? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Did you paint it? The hose?
I don't know if he's thinking about the hose. I don't know. I think he's making a joke, Ben, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, he smiled.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. It does stain, but I haven't had any issues or anything like that with it.
It didn't crack it. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
still usable.
And the nice thing about the sight glass that I chose for the system that I built here, it actually, from Brew Hardware, it's a piece of silicone tubing that runs between 2 elbows. So if the sight glass should get too tarnished or anything like that, I can always replace it. The other thing is, I never have to worry about this thing. Like, I mean, I can smack on it, and I'm not worried about like a polycarbonate or a glass sight glass. I don't have to worry about it cracking or breaking, and I can also leave PBW in that kettle overnight and not have to worry about it damaging the polycarbonate sight glass, because I've done that before. So
Yeah. How would you make an IPA not so harsh in the bitterness? Just a pale ale, or what would you do?
take the greenness out by running it hotter. Trying to figure out what you mean by that. Oh, how can I make an IPA without the harsh bitterness? I mean, one of the things that I do is what I'm doing today is a first wort hop. I think that makes a little bit of smoother bitterness. Also, your choice of hops for your bittering hops will definitely, make a difference in how bitter it is. Like, I know some places, some commercial breweries use Warrior hops for their bittering, and I think those hops are just like really, really harsh, and I don't like the bitterness the way, because even though they just impart bitterness, huh?
Stay away from Columbus.
No, I like Columbus for bittering.
No, I mean to lessen the bitter.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
Because they're wondering about IPA. It's crazy manic and C. crazy mannequin-y.
Yeah, I mean, and you can move your hop additions to later in your boil. And then, yeah, there's exactly what I was just saying there, Leo. So as you add later additions, it doesn't, hey, Cincinnati.
Howdy.
It doesn't impart as much
Cincy.
bitterness if you add them a
Okay,
little later.
gotcha.
You just have to
Crazy
add more of them.
Cincy.
So I guess I would kind of liken it to coffee. If you brew coffee and, you know, you let it,
Yeah.
like it cools down over 60 minutes, it's not as harsh. If you let it sit there on the burner for 2 hours, it just gets worse and worse and worse. It starts to get all that astringent hop. So hop bursting for lower bitterness. Yeah, I mean, that's something that you can do at the end of the beer, end of the boil, to reduce the amount of bitterness or the perceived bitterness. I mean, you're going to still pick up bitterness from the hop burst, but it's not going to be as harsh because you're picking up a lot of the aroma components, and you know, the oils are going into the hop or into the beer at a lower temperature.
Thank you for the info. Coffee never goes bad with understand. Oh.
I'm not drinking coffee at your house.
Well, that's good. You don't waste anything. So that's
Yeah, so there's another good tip for you from NC Homebrew. Use low cohumulone, I believe is how you pronounce that. When you look at your hop, there'll be like an alpha acid. There's I can't remember both of the
We got 2 Cincy's in the house.
both of the characteristics.
Where is that from? Cohumulone.
It's a characteristic of a hop. It's like it.
No. Where does it come from?
The hop.
They just make it.
No, it's a
Oh, just okay.
it's a product of the hop. It's like
Okay.
it's an
I'll
attribute
look
of the hop
I gotta
with
look
the
that
hop oils.
I'm gonna Google later.
I have not used a hop oil syringe. I know that a lot of commercial breweries that make like lagers and stuff like that will do it so that they can impart the bitterness and whatnot, and not have to worry about any kind of, you know, vegetal material or anything like that in the boil. So it works.
Boy, that's bright.
Is it?
Yeah. I can't see.
How's that? Is that better?
Yes. I can see off the side.
The point which I started playing with water chemistry
It's
was
an essential oil.
was whenever I got into doing the HERMS system, and I started chasing some. I started kind of chasing my efficiency, trying to get better and better at efficiency and gravity and all that kind of stuff. My final gravity. Yeah, less harsh bitterness. The element in the Bayou is a 5,500 watt Ripple element from Brew Hardware, and it looks like we're nearing our mash-in temperature here pretty quick.
You
So
gotta go back to work right now.
that's good.
Somebody said you beat the COVID.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I feel like if I had it, it was a mild. So nothing better than Dr. Pepper. STL transplant from Ohio.
18
Awesome.
ingredients in Dr. Pepper, right? Or
I don't know. I've seen some crazy recipes that have all kinds of weird stuff in there. Many IPAs that have wonderful upfront flavor but lose me at the finish with the bitterness. Yeah, I understand what you mean by that, and I like the more smooth bitterness IPAs myself. I don't like a real harsh bitterness.
Yeah.
No shag carpet beers.
Right. No 70s shag carpet beer.
Okay, all right. Drummy Zeb, we'll see if you come back. Awesome, Christian. Glad to have you from Germany. Awesome. Check and see how many people we got watching here.
That's neat.
87. Awesome. Hey, do me a favor if you guys would hit that like button just so we can get the likes up on it. Maybe YouTube will push this out to some more people and get some more people on there. I was kind of having this debate last night. I was live on Facebook with some folks just having a beer, and I like both, honestly, and I like the all-in-one systems for doing a quick batch, but something about the HERMS system, and I was talking to Wally Feck. He's another guy that's got a HERMS brewing system, and it just feels like you're
It's just fun to say.
Feck it. It just feels like you're brewing on a commercial system. I mean, you're swapping the hoses, you're doing all the stuff that a commercial brewer would do in a brew day. Now, it does provide for a little bit longer brew day, a little bit more things to clean up. But you know, if you really want to feel like you're brewing on
Yeah.
a commercial level, but
I'm
at
good
a
with the
smaller
logo
scale, yeah, right?
But
Then
it's true. When we did that in our old house, it was, I don't know, it was
yeah, it was fun.
fulfilling.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially when you grab the right hose and the right, you know.
Yeah, she wanted me to color code the hoses so she could put them on the right
it would
thing.
just be easier.
Exactly. So USMC, Mike, I would
Plus I
say
like color.
I'm a little bit biased in my opinion on the HERMS or the rims, and the reason being, I'll tell you right straight up front, when I did do a rim system, I scorched 2 batches of beer, and then I was freaking done with it. I could not, I didn't want to mess up another batch of beer, and so I went to HERMS. The HERMS system is, you know, there's no contact of the element with the wort like there is in a rim system, so you really have no chance of scorching the wort. I mean, you could maybe get the water boiling in the HLT and you know heat the wort up like that, but you're not no matter what you do, you're not going to scorch it. So that's kind of my opinion on the HERMS versus a rim system. If something happens with the rim system, you accidentally turn off the pump or something happens, I mean, it takes that long to scorch some wort in a rim system. It does, in my opinion, and I've experienced it. So, you know, it's one of those things. It's not fun at all. So.
I feel like the sun is right there and right there.
Well, I've turned it down about as low as it'll go.
That one's like really bright now. All I can do is see this big.
That's as low as that one will go.
Okay.
I can turn this one down a little bit.
Sorry.
Wee.
I know.
Wee.
It's just wow. I appreciate your technical
Okay.
capabilities. It's just I'm blind.
Oh. See? What do we say?
Thank goodness.
It's saying it's close. So whenever it gets within 5 degrees of the mash-in temperature, it actually gives you a little alert to beep. Let's see.
Feel that HERMS is better than this?
What do you tend to use more? Well, Ben, I've tended to use a lot more of the all-in-one systems than I have with my HERMS system, just because I've had manufacturer after manufacturer after manufacturer sending me stuff and want me to brew on it. I mean, I think I've barely brewed on the same system twice, maybe 3 times on some of them. But as far as a system, I'm anxious to get my HERMS system back up and running. I'm kind of in a quandary on what I want to do for the controller. I mean, I have my controller that I built, but I'm just, you know, already mentioned. No, the system I'm using right now is just a simple like electric brew in a bag system, and it has.
What you call your Frankenstein?
Yeah, I came up with that name today. So it has a ripple element in the bottom. There's a basket in there for the grains. Huh?
Oh, it's okay. I'm sorry. You said it before, but go ahead.
Oh, I don't know. Whatever. So there's a basket in there for the grains, and then I mean it's just we're gonna mash and boil in the same vessel. So it's not a HERMS system. You'll know the HERMS system when you see it, because there'll be 3 vessels, big 20-gallon kettles sitting there,
Tubes everywhere.
bunch of tubing and hoses running everywhere. I'll get back to there this year sometime. So, oh yeah, she's not mic'd up. I might have to grab.
That's okay.
Let's see. Yep, you're on the spot. Too late. You're just pantomiming to the camera right now, so. I said you're just miming to the camera right now, because nobody can hear you. A silent what? A sign language feature? Yeah. You know, that's since with this COVID deal, it's kind of funny because I didn't realize that people that do sign language were so animated with what they do.
It makes you pay attention more.
Exactly.
Where's my little thing?
Right here. Let me see how the battery looks on it. Looks pretty good. We'll maybe get you a battery pack. Okay.
Okay, bye.
Here's your microphone.
Thank you.
Plug it in. Plug it in. Actually, if you just wanted to clip that thing to the top
Brian,
of your shirt, you could.
I am gonna be fine. I just don't want to hear me swallow.
Can't seem to break away from the Grainfather. I've had very little issues with the app. Yeah. You know, Brad, I honestly, you know, other than the small issues that I've had with the app, and then the calculations and accuracy and stuff of the app itself, don't really appeal to me a lot. I haven't had any trouble on what I brewed with it, though, to be honest with you. So, let's see here.
Okay, I have it on.
Huh, okay. What's that?
But okay, I'm going to do it like that.
Yeah, just put it down here on your chest somewhere. Yeah, I saw something the other day that Mike DeWine and his twin sister that does the sign language for him is
it's his twin sister.
Garth. No,
Oh God,
she looks so
no.
much like him. It's not even funny. So I saw a meme that said that those two were from Wayne's World. Were Garth's parents, and they had like Dana Carvey and those two set up. And I was like, oh my god, I was cracking up.
That's
It
hilarious.
was too
Can
funny.
you hear me
Yeah,
now?
exactly.
Not that I want you to be able to hear me, but
What?
Hello? It's on.
Huh?
What? Stop. Okay. I'm not going to say anything. It's cold. Can I turn this on?
All right, so we got up to our 152.
Are you comfortable?
Yeah, it's 152.1, so that's not too bad.
Hear me. Uh-oh. You're in for a treat now.
The Brew Commander, actually, I didn't adjust any settings on it. I didn't do anything with any settings. That is exactly programmed the way that it comes out of the box. And I didn't do any auto tuning on it or anything. So, John says that, hey Lou, how's it going, buddy?
Howdy.
John says that it doesn't need any auto tuning, and I mean, clearly, I would say that is correct because it's like 152.2. I mean, it gets down to 1/10 of a degree, and it's holding at 152.2. The set
It's
point was
awesome. It's
152.4.
little,
So
and it's really easy to see. The display is really user-friendly.
better play with your mic.
Why? What do I need to do? As long as you can't hear me swallow. Gunk, gunk, gunk. It's always a treat.
Yeah, and that's kind
gargle.
of a characteristic of a PID-based system is, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, 152.2 is close enough to 152.4 to mash in. So I think we should do that now.
Sounds like a winner chicken dinner. Oh, I'm a masher.
Da-da-da.
Dun, dun, dun.
All right, we'll turn off the pump, and then I'm assuming you guys want to see the mash in on this.
Are you gonna do the vent
Yeah, you can actually turn it on if you want.
right here?
Oh, there you go. Yep.
We should still have something. But anyway, going in.
Let me move this out of the way. Oh, that's not
Oh,
good. That ain't no good. All right, let's see.
this isn't my good side.
Right.
Over there is my good side.
Okay. Let me, what we're looking at there now, but that ain't it.
Okay, I can't
Oh, look,
see.
that's actually pretty good.
I need my eye drops.
There we go. I actually got this thing on a motorized gimbal today because I broke my mount for my cell phone camera. It was like a cheap plastic mount. The monopod actually fell over to the side on last brew day, after last brew day, and it splintered in a few pieces, so whatever. Anyhow.
Aw.
All right, so let's go ahead and mash in. And I guess probably, let's put you on.
Iroquois County said, I was noticing that I can relocate the cables out of the bottom on the brew.
Yep, you sure can.
And better play with your mic. Oh, that's where you got that idea.
What?
Better play with my mic.
Oh.
Okay, I'm looking away. I know, this is, yeah.
I'll just pour it in slow, try to have a little dust as possible.
Well, don't breathe. This is where we train better than swimmers. Crossing the length of the pool without breathing.
Oh,
I know, I didn't think anything was moving, honey.
it helps if you
There we
pull the stopper out of
go.
there. Forgot about that part.
Live is so much fun.
Isn't it? So entertaining. Try not to push it over the side of the basket there.
Oh, shoot.
You can. You haven't yet, but
I know, I was just trying to make it move.
right.
That's all I was focusing on.
Going pulling that basket right up to
Oh
the
yeah,
top.
it's getting heavy. Dang.
You want to stir that in?
Yeah. Wow.
A few pounds of grain in there.
If I did this with my legs, I'd have really great thighs.
Alright.
Whoa.
Alrighty. Go ahead and dump the rest of this in here on top of it. Oh, be careful.
I know. I'm sorry. It's just a little heavy.
Let the grain sink down for a second there.
Well, it's bubbling
Plenty
up.
of liquid in there.
Mm-hmm.
Right at the top of the basket.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was wondering.
Go ahead.
But isn't that... Are
No,
you...
it's fine. It's not that hot.
You see my broken nails if they're noticing. No nail salon, no hair salon.
Right, exactly.
Just doing the
Reminds
thing.
me of what was that?
I really don't care.
Batman Returns or whatever it was, where all the people had no makeup on, no nothing on. Their hair wasn't cut, no hair products.
I just put a ball cap
They look
on,
like
pull off
crazy
my nails.
crap.
I peeled 3 of them off. You're not supposed to, but
All right. How's it feeling there?
it's feeling smooth, but I'm not convinced.
Okay. Can
Oh.
I give it a go for a second?
Yeah.
All right.
Whoops.
Feeling pretty good to me. Alrighty.
Ooh, a continental pilsner. Shoveling snow.
Eek.
Where's Kevin Barber at?
I don't know.
Wowza.
Where in the world is Kevin Barber?
Batman with Keaton.
I'm
Michael
sure he's not where
Keaton.
Kevin Bacon is. All right, I think I don't feel any. Doesn't feel like any dough balls in there.
Oops.
What do we got? What you laughing about?
I'm in the camera.
Oh.
It's like you're stirring, and all they can see is my ball cap.
No, that other.
Oh, I thought it was in the
what's on
way.
right now. All right, actually, I'm not going to transition to the other one just yet. I want to show you guys.
No, I did. I came out from over there.
The sparge arm part. All right, let's see here.
I was going to show you the sparge arm.
All right, let's see. Let's go up here.
Medium rare.
You're seeing now? Okay, yeah, so I want to show them that, how that works.
Western New York State. Okay. Beautiful day in Georgia. That's awesome.
All right, so I'll put the lid on.
Snow's pretty though. I like snow.
But before I put the lid on, I'll put this through. And then this actually snaps onto here, like this. And I'll show you guys how this thing works. Let me get this, pull down just a little bit. And you can kind of adjust the spray on this thing based on how far the nozzle is away from the dome there. I'm gonna turn the pump way down so I can turn it on and get a little action here for you guys so you can see it. Oh, let me, gotta open the valve on the kettle first.
I'm sorry. I was going to jump over there.
See, as you can see, oh, that's not what I wanted to do. As you can see there, I can actually turn this thing up a little bit more. And just, we'll set it down in there. And then it will basically sit right over top of the grain bed.
Hi, Bourbon Bounty.
And just spray right over top of it.
Near 60 inches in St. Louis.
And that's how that works.
Are they kidding?
And let's see here, I need to drop this temperature down to 148, I believe it is.
Okay.
Check and make sure here.
I can't really see it, honey. It's like, were you trying to show your hands because it didn't show up?
Hang on. 148, yeah. So there we go. Okay. So now we're good. Whoop.
I'm about ready to make something for lunch.
Okay. So So now it'll take a little bit for it to drop down the temperature there, I'm sure, but should drop pretty quickly. Now let me, okay.
What is that?
Medium rare DI.
Oh, a dia. Okay.
Double IPA.
Yes.
All right.
I
here
thought
we
it was
go.
a kind of meat. I'm like, what the hell is a dippa?
Brewing a Continental Pilsner. Awesome. After shoveling snow. Batman with Keaton. Absolutely.
Yep.
All this brewing. It's time for a medium rare. Yeah. I'm Western New York State. Beautiful day in Georgia.
That's where
Near
he was
60.
shoveling snow.
Okay, I got you. Hey, bourbon.
But 60 inches in St. Louis, 60 inches of snow,
Wow,
5 feet.
that's crazy.
I know.
Holy
I have
crap.
to Google that.
Wall's
weather.
still looking forward. Wall's still looking nice. Yeah, it's still looking pretty good. So, sparge arm. Yes, the sparge arm is submerged, and yes, I'm just recirculating is all I'm doing there.
Yep.
And
Let me go over here.
I can pick this up and see that
Smells good.
it's recirculating really well. The nice thing about it is the way I designed it. It spreads out over top of the grain, and there's no straight drilling down into the grain. So, it should work pretty well. So it looks like we're at, let's see here,
I'm going to start making something for
150.8.
lunch.
Okay.
Over
good.
and out.
You gonna turn it off? All right, cool. There you go. You're not taking it off. You can just leave it on while you're up there, and then. Okay. Good enough, Governor. Actually, if you let me have it, I'll actually put it on the charge here. All right, so let's see. I need to do a timer here. Why am I not getting a timer? Here we go. 60 minutes. There, and now we got a timer down there at the bottom, if you can see. So it's got some pretty cool functionality built into it for sure. I like it. Just all I've done so far is just kind of a feature overview on it, but I'm seriously thinking about putting 2 of them in for my HERMS system, kind of like what the Blickman pilot system is, but haven't really decided for sure. So Kelly's mic is a little hot. Okay, all right, we'll turn it down next time she comes in, and we'll get it turned down. How about mine? Is mine good level? I'm assuming you are saying that because mine isn't. So yeah, we're settling down into the 150. It'll probably drop down to 148 here shortly, I would imagine. Thanks, Bourbon Bounty. Hey, good to see you. I've seen you on a couple other streams. I don't know if you were over on the stream with 21090 or not. I saw those guys were streaming. I didn't get a chance to head over there. I was in the process of getting all this stuff done up, so. This is kind of probably a little bit out of the norm, but I'm just curious about how the system is working as far as the broadcasting system. Can anybody tell me if they're able to see the stream in 1080? I'm just really kind of curious about whether it's going or not. I know generally it's in 720 for sure, but I'm just kind of curious to see if it's actually streaming in 1080. So. Yeah, I've seen you on quite a few of them, so that's really cool, man. I appreciate you hanging out with us today, for sure. Okay, cool. All right, I was wondering because back in the past I've had some issues before we had the fiber internet. We had some issues with only streaming at like 720 or something like that. So auto was 720. Okay, all right. I was wondering how good the quality was. I was hoping it's pretty good because I've invested a lot of time and money and tried to make the stream look as good as possible. I enjoy doing them a lot, but I want you guys to enjoy watching them and hearing them and all that stuff. So awesome. Too crappy to go 1080. Hey, I understand. At least you're watching. You know, we certainly appreciate that. So that's good. All the gray hairs in the beard. What gray hairs? What are you talking about? I don't see any gray hairs in the beard. No, that's probably too close. Well, it looks like it's settling down pretty good into the, it'll be down in the 148 mark here pretty soon, I think. I've got the Riptide cranked open just a little bit, but not too much. So, It is in Dayton at least. Okay. All right. Well, that's good. Good to know. So what do you? What's everybody doing for Easter tomorrow? Are you having just having like family only? Hey, I'm promoting their system in some way or another. You know, the basket is nice. It works well. So, you know, had I had a bag that would have worked with the Bayou Classic basket, I would have done that. But didn't have it. So I thought I did, but then I didn't. So whatever. But we'll make it through. So. Oh yeah, no, they're already popping through. Trust me, I see them all the time, which I really don't care. So, ooh, mimosas and brisket. That sounds absolutely wonderful. Now, Colby, are you smoking it on a smoker, or are you doing it in the oven, or how are you doing that? Yeah. What do you have now, Leo? 4 kids, right? 4 kids. So yeah, that definitely will do it for sure. Sous vide ribeye. Oh, nice. That sounds really good. Really, really good. I don't need a lot of beef anymore, but it sounds really good. So, out of practice in the oven. Okay, I got you. Hey, that works. You can definitely do a nice brisket in the oven as well, for sure. Smoking ribs and IPA. Awesome. My oven is broke. I don't want to manage to fix it right now, considering what's going on. So I'm just going to stare at my frozen turkey. Kelly actually bought, I don't know if you've seen them before. They're like Honeysuckle makes them. They're like a turkey, just the breast with no legs or thighs or anything like that. And am I a bag squeezer? I have in the past. Actually, on the last brew day that I did the review of the spike system, I actually used a container to push down on the grain. In the last one, I may do that with this one as well. We'll see, but. I set the efficiency on this at 70%, so I'm not really too worried about. I mean, if I get anything over that, I'm happy. So, it's one of those things where civil obsessed misses. Too funny. Yeah, so I mean, I have in the past, if I've used a bag, I'll squeeze it, but I mean, I'm not obsessive about it. And a lot of people are like, oh, you're going to extract tannins. It's not the case, but whatever. So. All right, the dunkel is down. What do you guys say we do a hazy? How about a hazy? This is what I brewed on the last spike brew day. So let me run over here and grab one of them bad boys. I just kegged it last night, so it's still a little bit green, and I was having a little bit of hop creep last night when I was having some during the live stream on YouTube or on Facebook. So I might actually probably be okay. So it's pouring good. I like it. All right, boys, there it is. Take a look at that thing. About as hazy as it gets, I think. Really close to it. Did Citra and Mosaic for the dry hop on this. It smells absolutely fantastic. So, I mean, it's beautiful. Not a lot of head on it. Might use a little bit of carbonation, but yeah. Cheers, guys. Oh man, I'm getting lemon, I'm getting lime, I'm getting a little bit of pineapple. Just oh man, all kinds of fruit flavors in it. Bitterness is just right there. Almost masked by the sourness or the lemon limeness of the beer. The bitterness on the back end is not real strong at all, which is really, really nice. So this thing is definitely hazy AF. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, so this is like right at 5%, so it's pretty crushable from a drinkability standpoint. It's not anything above 5 or 6 ABV. So it looks like our mash temperature has settled down to 148.6. It's looking pretty good from what I see there. Not seeing any issues with it at all. The circulation looks like it's going well. Not seeing any issues with that. So that's good. This jacket is not necessary on there. I've got like a neoprene jacket around the outside, and it's not really that necessary for doing the 240 volt system. For the 120 volt system, it definitely becomes more of a must because 1650 watts does not heat up very well in that 11 gallon kettle. So sounds like a lawn mowing beer. Absolutely, for sure. Brewing Irish Red. Okay, yeah, after the mow. Okay, cool, awesome. Anybody interested in Irish Red? Go check out Brewers Friend. Look up JC and Saniac. All right, 93 people on the thread. Awesome. Thanks for everybody hitting the thumbs up. I appreciate it. It's awesome. Helps us get pushed out there to more people. So I'm happy that 93 of you are choosing to watch our stream today, because there's a ton of streams going on out there today, all over the place. So hopefully you guys are having some good entertainment today and hanging out with some good people and having some good conversation, and maybe kind of feeling a little bit normal. I know it's a tough time right now for everybody and everything that's going on, but hopefully we can do these little hangout get-togethers online and feel a little bit more normal than what we are just watching Netflix and surfing to the end of the internet and back. ¿De dónde eso es? I'm not good with Spanish, so I'm not for sure what he asked. I don't know how far away you are from Columbus, but I was wondering if you had any deliveries from the local breweries. I am not close enough to have any deliveries from any breweries where I'm at. We're out in the country, so there's no breweries that are close enough to us to deliver. Hoof-Hearted Brewing is not real far away. Probably, I don't know, maybe an hour round trip or something like that. So I could probably swing by there and get some, but I haven't had any deliveries from that. So I don't know if Larry and Chad are heating up a kettle or not. I'm not sure. I didn't see that Larry was brewing, so I don't know for sure. Thrash Metal is brewing live. Brian is brewing over in his channel. That's the only notification I've seen so far. So oh, he's asking where we're in Ohio. You said you're from Argentina. Yeah, so we're in Ohio, United States, Ohio. I guess I should know some rudimentary Spanish, but it escaped me for a minute there. All right, Joe, what's awesome? I didn't, I'm not sure what that was about. Mexico, per vivo in Calais. All right, you guys, I'm not that good with Spanish. Oh, Homebrew TV is still detroing Bud Light. Oh, what for? What for? Why would you want to ruin a perfectly good pickle? I don't understand that. Altogether IPA, I don't think I have. IO have brewed the Altogether IPA. I have not, so I have not done that. Is that a recipe that was brewed before, or what's the deal? California, awesome. Okay. Yeah, speaking of which, let's do a little roll call. Throw out there what state you're from, and let everybody know where you're watching from, and let's do a local time where you are too. If you're overseas or whatever, let us know what time it is over there. Everybody sound off where you're watching from. Dank House, Other Half Brewing. Cheers, Brian. Okay, all right. Well, be safe on that beer run there, Baracoy. Have a good one. Cincy, Ohio. Have a nice quarantine brew. Absolutely. Thank you. Dayton, Ohio. All right. Cool. North Carolina. Vancouver, British Columbia. Michigan, 206. Arizona, 1106. San Francisco Bay, Georgia. State County. State countries. Whatever, Leo. Come on. Cumberland, Rhode Island. Washington State. Norway. Awesome. Tennessee. Illinois. Western Kentucky. Hollister, California. Western New York State. Arizona. Connecticut. Holly Ridge, North Carolina. Wisconsin. Awesome. COVID-19 10. UC Hospital for... Oh, no. I hope that's not true. New York City. Houston, Texas. Belpre, Ohio. Where is Belpre, Ohio? Is it north or south or what? Victoria. Yeah, another Arizonian. You have many followers from all over your Latin America. The good thing is that we speak the same language when making beer. Absolutely. You know, I'm curious on that, how, if you guys have any trouble watching the videos or not. I've often thought about getting some of them transcribed in French. Or not French, in Latin. Ooh, what the heck happened to that? That's weird. Try that again. Well, that was weird. Interesting. Boulder, Colorado, Finland. All right, 9:07 p.m. Awesome. Okay, just killing time. Okay, well, man, I hope you're staying safe. Gee whiz, that's a tough one for sure. Fort Worth, Boulder, Colorado, Norway. Hi, kitty cat. You come down, check out what's going on down here. We're making beers. What do you think about that? Get the brew cat down here. Columbus, 5 minutes. 5 minutes from Lineage Brewing. Okay, I know where that's at. Okay, awesome. Yeah, there's a. Oh, yeah, no kidding. Better wash off the Sod's mash paddle, so whenever we get together again, I can put it up, give it back to him. Alcohol is a universal language. Absolutely. I've always told somebody if I'm in Mexico or somewhere where they speak Spanish, I know how to find the ¿qué es el baño? ¿Qué es comida? ¿Qué es cerveza? Where is it all? Where is it at? Oh, with those three, I'm gonna food, beer, and the bathroom. That's it. What else do you need to know? That'll get you through right there. All right, so our the Brew Commander uncalibrated is hanging out right at 148.2, so it's settled right down to the set temperature. So that's pretty good. I'll be interested to see what Kelly is making for lunch. I'll be ready for something to eat here pretty soon. All right, so it hit 148.0. Let's see how it behaves here. So it dropped down to 147.9. Okay, so now it's starting to heat up again a little bit. I'm seeing the heat flash on. Let's see here. All right, let's see here. Yeah, well, probably. She probably is. It's a good chance that she is doing that. Lemon Wave recipe, smoky Irish red. Yeah, it's dropping down pretty quick now. Let's see how this thing reacts. 'Cause it's dropped down below our 148 set point pretty good there, so I'll be curious to see what it comes up with here. Looks like it's starting to apply a little more heat at a time. There it goes. Now it's starting to come back up again. Yeah, it keeps hovering. Yeah. All right. Yep, 147.6. Okay, here it goes. Now it's inching back up again. All right. Yeah, looks like it's behaving okay. I have not installed the Nuka taps yet. I gotta install because they sent me the new shanks with it too, and the shanks have the ridge for the duo type fittings, so I'm gonna swap everything over all at once. Yeah, look like it's shot over top of this a little bit there. Yeah, I mean, there is no calibration apparently from, I don't think there is an auto tune from what John was telling me. So, you know, I'll have to ask him about that, but he was saying that it shouldn't need it. It is kind of interesting to see how it reacts with this. I do have the nozzle for the pickup tube pointed right over near the element. So it should be getting a pretty good reading off of, you know, right away from the pickup tube, so not too bad. I think I answered your question all the way, Andy. So they sent me they sent me 6 of the what the hell they call them? I just said it a minute ago and the word escapes me now. The shanks for the towers, and they're all duo type fittings. So I want to swap all of them over at the same time, and then maybe I'll swap one over and do a test and do a comparison between the two and see how it works comparatively, and then swap them all over once I do that. Well, all the cats are down here now. What's going on, guys? You checking it out or what? No. Actually, I am planning a video on them. Key from Kegland, the guy you see on all their videos, he actually sent me 6 of the Nuka taps, 6 of the shanks, and the duo type fittings and all that stuff for it. If you saw them on my Instagram post, and that they sent all that over. So, are the shanks for the Nuka tap like the one specifically for inner taps? I don't know if they're made specifically for them or not. I've got everything in a box here. Let me see here. Oop, that wasn't good. So here's the shanks. I don't know if you can see in there or not, but I don't know if they're made specifically. I mean, they have, looks like pretty much the same style opening and everything. Yeah, it seemed like it's working pretty good. So if you guys haven't seen these, I don't know if you've seen the video from Kegland or not. Let me pull this thing apart and show you real quick here what the shuttle looks like. So the reason why they call them Nuka taps is because, let's see if I can get this thing to focus or not focus on there. These actually look like a little nuclear warhead kind of. Let's see if I can get that to focus on there. I don't know if you can see it or not, but it looks like a little bomb almost. The way it's shaped. So according to them, that shape is going to provide a little bit better flow as it comes from the small end around to the front. So I don't know, we'll see how much better it is, and then that is what seals against the surface inside of the tap. So according to what they're saying, that is a little less of a wear surface. The whole thing seals against there, and there's nothing that holds it. No O-rings or anything like that. The taps I have right now is the inner taps. I think they may be compatible. I'm not sure. Okay, they have little cuts on the edge of the shank. Okay, I got you. Yeah, I don't see any cuts on the edge of these shanks at all. The one thing that they do have though, which is nice, is I don't know if you can see it or not, but if you can see the little ridge there, and then the duo-tight fittings, not those. See if I can find them here. Maybe they didn't send me the right duo-tight fittings. I don't know. Yeah, that's interesting. I thought they sent the right ones, but maybe they didn't, because they're all too big from what I can tell. So I don't know. There's a whole bunch of them. I know there was one that was smaller. I can't seem to find it now, of course. There it is. Yeah, so the way that those work is they actually have like there's a ridge there that helps, because if you don't have a little ridge on the tap itself, on the shank, on the barb there, this thing will it'll just slide right off of there. So if you don't get it all the way up to the shank, I mean, I can put that in and it comes right off, but if it's got that little ridge on there, it will hold better. So I don't know, I'll have to ask them about the size difference on those and see what's going on. Awesome, Pete Pappy. Appreciate the support, man. Thank you very much. We don't make very much off of the shirts, but anything helps, so I appreciate that for sure. Okay, just leaked. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, I like the intertap faucets. I like the changing. What size ID lines are we using with Duo-Tight? 5/16. I think they're metric, like 8mm or something like that, and that's the line you'd have to use for them because it works with the Duo-Tight fittings. I don't think you can use regular beer line with them. All right, so we're looking like they're looking pretty good, really. It's hovering around 148. It looks like. I haven't been watching it the whole time. I know you guys probably have been seeing it, but okay, John, the brewing system that I'm brewing on today is kind of a it's a little bit of a concoction, if you will. It is. Let me see here. I'll kind of run over there real quick and show you. So this is it's based on a Bayou Classic. I've got and I made this kettle myself. Based on a Bayou Classic. It's got bulkhead from Brew Hardware, thermal well from Blickman for the Brew Commander, 5500 watt ripple element from Brew Hardware. I actually had to add a spool to the element there in order to keep it from hitting the other side of the kettle. It's got a sight glass over here that is from Brew Hardware. And then also there is a, if you've ever seen my video on the Sparge, the $10 Sparge arm or whatever that I made from kitchen equipment, it's actually in there as well. I can't really pull it up without making a bit of a mess, but so if you look on my channel, you'll see what I'm talking about. I think it's called a Sparge arm for $10 or DIY Sparge arm, whatever. I built it for like $10, sans the equipment and everything. And then I'm using the Blickman Brew Commander with it for the control. All right. So that's the system I'm brewing on. It's kind of Frankenstein cobbled together. So. Oh, awesome. Thanks, Leo. Tell him I said hi. Oh, Joe, that sucks. Stuck at work. Not any fun. Special Duo-Tight fitting. Yeah, so I think that was the one that I had. That was the one that I just showed there to attach to it. So I'll have to take a look and see if I can find some more of those. Getting a little bit of hop creep on it, I think, here. And like I said, it's pretty green, so. Awesome, awesome. I'm going to be doing. I'm going to get my 3-vessel system up and going this year. No new manufacturers systems on the horizon right now. So, well, yeah. Anyways, not yet. With the new system. So, there's one that might be coming out pretty soon that I'll be looking at whenever it comes out. But that being the case, all I need to do is get a couple of. Trying to decide. I don't know if I want to get thermal wells or if I want to do weldless fittings for my kettles. I think I probably will do the weldless RTD probes for mine, just so I can get my old control panel and stuff up and running in the brew house here. But I definitely want to get it back to doing the 3-vessel system for sure. There's no reason I haven't, other than just lack of having the time and resources to get the kettles back up and going. I mean, I've got 2 new Blickman G20 kettles. I've still got my original mash tun that I had from back when, and so I just need to do some stuff with that. I've got the HERMS coils installed and all that stuff. So no, I've not had any conversations about the single vessel brewing system from SS Brewtech. I've not heard a word from them. So I don't know what their deal is, or who they're dealing with or whatever. But I think Marshall from Brewlosophy has some of their single vessel brewing systems, if I'm not mistaken, 2 of them for his testing purposes and whatnot. Bittering hops for beer, it just kind of depends on what you're brewing, Ben. I mean, it really depends on the style. For this particular one, I'm going to be using an ounce of Columbus for it, and I'm going to dump those in the first wort right after I pull the basket up. I'll dump those down into the kettle down there, and I don't think I'm going to use a hop basket on this. I'm going to be using the counterflow chiller I'm going to be using the X chillerator, so I'm not really worried about that clogging up. I know that Clawhammer Supply has a gigantic. They have this gigantic hop spider that they have with their system. I mean, it's virtually as tall as the kettle is, as you can see, and I think you can see that. Yeah, it's almost as tall as the kettle is, so you could use that, but I'm just going to dump everything in and Whirlpool around and not worry about it, quite honestly. So I'll be using the counterflow chiller and doing that. I don't know. Should your mash temperature be compared between another thermometer, perhaps a pen thermometer, check for temperature? I could do that. I could see where it's at. I don't have a thermometer right down here right now. I took it back up in the kitchen where I had it before. It's like a meat thermometer, but I might be off by a degree or so with the thermal well. I don't know. I haven't really worried about it too much. Hopefully, Matt, I can get one of their steam hats and see how it works, because the lid doesn't fit very well on the basket right now anyway. So I don't know. We'll see. If they want to send me one, I'll check it out. I know the one that I've got for the brew tool system works pretty well. So
There you go. Sorry, it took me a while. Southwestern chicken quesadillas.
Look at you.
For pizza.
Leo was wrong.
Oh, did he say pizza?
He said pizza.
I was gonna make pizza, but it would take too long for the dough and all that stuff, so I just made quesadillas.
No, it does not. It does not have a bazooka tube or anything like that. I'm not worried about it at all. Quite honestly, I mean, it'll any hops that I put in there will pass through the Blickman Riptide, and if there's anything that winds up getting sucked up at the end, it'll pass right through the counterflow chiller too. So I'm not worried about it at all. I very rarely ever did any kind of a bazooka tube or hop screen or anything like that in the other system that I had previously. So. What clogs all the time on you, JC? I'm having a quesadilla. Oh yeah, I don't like getting a lot of hop debris in the fermenter and stuff like that. But I mean, I don't worry about it too much, quite honestly. I'm actually gonna ferment this in the Grainfather conical, and it has a really good dump system to it. So I you would think with all the time I had off and everything that I would have read a bunch of his book. I actually haven't got through hardly any of it yet. I was laid up, not feeling well, didn't feel like reading anything. I will get to his book eventually. Awesome, cool. Oh yeah, I found out that the bazooka tube and the claw hammer supply system got really, really clogged up. I have to pull it out when trying to brew. Yeah. Yeah. One thing I would change is add a false bottom with a dip. Yeah. It does get clogged up pretty easily, even from the hot break, or the cold break, whatever you want to call it. The protein in there, it definitely does get clogged up. I experienced that the last time when I brewed on it the last time live. There was a lot of clogging of the bazooka tube. I mean, I understand why they have it and why they have the big, hop screen and all that stuff for it, because they have the counterflow chiller, or the plate chiller. And they don't want to get, have people get a bunch of stuff clogged up in there and have issues with bacteria and stuff like that. I get why they're doing it, but it is just a little bit of a pain. Yeah. So on the jaded chiller with the claw hammer, are you using their electric chair thing that holds it up off of the element, or are you just letting it sit right on the element, or what are you doing? Hmm? Good. Is that all the salsa that we had? Uh-huh. Okay. I figured.
I can get some tomatoes.
It's okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, Matt, I mean, the RO system has been working well. I just filled this pot from the faucet today. It's making more water as we speak. So I mean, I've been happy with it so far. I've checked it with a TDS meter several times after I initially put it in, and it's since I did the video, I actually put in a DI, or a deionization filter, which is just like a desiccant that the water comes through and scrubs out the last little bit of anything that's left. And it's been awesome. No problem with it at all. I don't see any changes I'd like to make with it, really. What about a little bend in the in and out tube to keep in hook on the kettle? I'm not sure I understand what you're asking there, Christian. What are you referring to? I'm missing what you're talking about for some reason. I mean, oh, instead of electric chair. Okay, yeah, I got you. Yeah, no, that would work. I see what you're talking about now. I didn't understand what you were saying at first. You could do that. Frank, to answer your question, I don't know that there is a ton of difference between efficiencies on the different systems. I mean, I've seen people get as low as 50, 65% on one, and then the same system somebody get like 80%. So I mean, there's just, it kind of depends on the what the grain crush is, what your water chemistry is. There's so much more to efficiency than just a system. I mean, there's a lot of different things that influence that. How mainly your water and your grain crush are the two things that affect the efficiency. Because somebody could have a system that, you know, one guy brews 80% efficiency on, then he brews on the same thing, different crush, different water profile, and he gets like 60. So I mean, it has a lot to do with your water chemistry and your grain crush, quite honestly. Oh, I have not hooked up the ice maker to it yet. I just wanted to make sure that everything was going to go good with it and it was going to work fine before I went and did all that plumbing mess that I got to do with that. It's not a mess really, but yeah, you know, Eric, I would recommend the Brew Commander for a HERMS system, but the only problem is you need two of them. Unless you want to just swap the element and move the probe and all that stuff over to your boil kettle when you get to that point, or if you wanted to use the Brew Commander for your HLT and your, you know, maintaining your mash and all that stuff, and then just use a power command or power controller for your boil, you could do that. That wouldn't be too big of an issue at all. So, you know, it's one of those things where you could definitely do that. Caught ya.
I'm not trying to hide.
There's your brew cat.
Yeah. Sorry, I could put some stuff and pulsate it to make some more.
No, it's good. It's all good.
Okay.
It's all good.
I got inspired by Food Network channel this morning.
Yeah, I mean, it's some people have complained about the rudimentary interface on it, but I mean, at the end of the day, does it work or does it not? You know.
Is it too dry? Okay.
If I know John, he has sourced good touchscreen components for the interface, and I have not heard of anybody yet talking about any problems with the touchscreen. I've heard of a couple people saying that the element was staying on or heating up or something like that. Just if you got it down to one. I've heard of some people talking about the element staying on or whatever, but as far as, you know, this is the first time I've brewed with it, so I can't speak from that much experience. But, you know, as far as I'm concerned, it seemed like it works pretty well. Like I said, I haven't had any issues with it thus far. I didn't have any issues when I did the initial video. Are there fancier systems out there? Yeah, probably so. But, you know, again, what's the reliability on those? And then how much programming do you have to get into to try to make them work and all that kind of stuff. So,
Yep.
Somebody said your mic was a little hot.
Oh, it's not on.
Oh, it's over here, charging actually. It ain't hot now because it ain't on. Let me turn it down one maybe.
Turn it down?
Yeah, on the side here.
Yeah, I know.
Just one.
Okay, it was way too loud. It wasn't even on.
They said it was hot. I don't know. When you were down here before, somebody said it was a little bit hot.
Oh gosh. Well, tell me, because that's embarrassing.
Yeah. Go ahead and say something again.
Hello?
That's probably better.
Nobody say anything. Sorry.
It's okay. Don't turn it down too far.
No, I will. I'm behind the scenes.
Yeah. Windows 98 SC. Exactly. How do you convince your wife to like better beer? I don't know. What is she like, a Bud Light, Coors Light kind of gal right now?
Well, if she's worried about the calories and carbs and stuff like that, it'll be hard. But you don't have to drink a lot of craft brews.
I don't know. Maybe you try to brew a lighter style. Well, at least she's not, you know, drinking one of those yellow fizzy beers, so that's good.
Oh well, each their own.
Just brew more Spotted
I
Cow.
know somebody that loves Coors Light, so whatever.
Yeah, exactly. He wants to open that window so bad.
Oh gosh, nobody.
He won't jump over there. He's just always looking at.
You can't do it.
Bar cat. Anytime I'm down here, he comes down and hangs out with me. Like, what are you doing, Dad? What are we doing? Too funny.
Crap, I'm so embarrassed my mic was loud.
Yeah, that's all me. I probably gave you my mic and I had yours or something like that because I.
Yours needs to always be down.
I know, because I'm a loud mouth.
No, you just have a louder voice.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. All right. Time for beer again.
I got you a Diet Ginger Ale.
You're not going to get up there. No, you can't.
Oh, I see. Maybe it's Diet. Aw, thank you, Frank25. Or are you talking about us? Because someone else was talking about their wife. Someone said, I think we're a very nice couple.
Oh, don't start lying.
We had our 19th wedding anniversary during the COVID-19.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was awesome. We did nothing. Opinion of the Brew Commander versus the panel for the Spike brew in a bag system. I have a panel from Electric Brew Supply, and this is like the BIB panel. You know, Andy, I will tell you that the Brew Commander has more functions. At the end of the day, they both will make beer, but if you're looking for a delayed start, which the Brew Commander has, if you're looking for a built-in timer, which the Brew Commander has, if you're looking for hop timers, which the Brew Commander has, then, you know, it's probably as good, if not better contender with the ones you're talking about. Because, I mean, you know, there's no Wi-Fi or anything like that, but as far as the functions that are built into it, I think it's pretty nice. This is the first time that I've used it, so I'm actually I've got to program in all my hop additions and everything, which I'll do for you guys live, show you how I do that.
I'll put this back in the fridge.
Yeah, that's fine. And we'll do that. So, you know, as far as my experience with it so far, it's been pretty decent. I know it's been bouncing back and forth between like 147 and 148, but you know, the mere fact that it shows 1/10 of a degree gives you a little bit more of a false impression, I think, in my mind, as to the temperature swings, because most PIDs that I've used in the past are only to the 100th degree, you know, whatever that, or the 1 degree. So you won't see that swing from 148.1 to 148.9 or 150, whatever. So, yeah. So, I mean, you know, it has more functionality to it as far as the longevity goes. I mean, that's one of those things where you just never know until you get down the road with it, quite honestly. They said nice chewing sound.
Oh, great.
I'm just kidding.
Thanks, Brian. I had to try it because I just had some chicken.
Now what you got to do is you got to try this with it, because this is really good with it.
I'm sure it is. I just want to enjoy this. I had chicken with onions and peppers and stuff.
Eric, I would have to say that I like the Anvil. There's a couple reasons I like the Anvil that make sense to me. Number one is that you can convert it from 120 volts to 240 volts. Number two is it does not have a built-in pump. It has a recirculation system that you buy separately. And I know like a mash and boil is the same type of thing, but where the Anvil is different from the mash and boil and the Robo Brew, the Grainfather not so much, but the Robo Brew and the mash and boil, the Anvil actually has a true PID algorithm that runs, and you know it actually maintains a temperature in a tighter band than I've seen on any of the mash and boil or the Robo Brew. Those systems can swing 5 degrees or more sometimes, whereas the Anvil brewing system, when I've used it, in my experience, it's been much tighter, like maybe a degree or two. Hey Todd, I saw you guys were live. I didn't get a chance to pop over there because I was in the middle of getting all this set up, so I apologize I couldn't stop by today, but I saw you, and I definitely definitely wished I could have stopped by. So how did it go?
And cheers.
So those things.
I did the chicken in the air fryer with some seasonings and some
That's good.
flour.
Real good.
Yeah, and then diced it.
I like it. You do it on the panini press or whatever.
Yep.
Cool.
With high fiber flour tortillas.
Yeah, so we're swinging back between 147 and 148, but I think we're okay. Oh, can you go up to the kitchen and get the thermometer that I had, the pen thermometer?
Where is it?
That I had. It's in the drawer, in the silverware drawer, I think.
I couldn't find a reach thermometer.
I want to check the temperature. Somebody asked me about that. Yeah, I mean, it is really nice, the PID functionality, because you can actually dial in your boil rate, especially on 240. At 100%, it's just boiling more than what it needs to. Sorry, I forgot to transition back over. Yes, Nikhil, I do. I have 6 taps. Yeah, I mean, you know, they're all coffee urn systems, if you will. We are about 10 minutes away from the end of the mash, Todd, and then we'll be ramping up to mash out. No, the red one with the flip out thing.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
It's in the silverware drawer.
Oh,
That's what I said.
goodness.
You got up at 1, Nikhil. What? My goodness! What kind of a night did you have last night? As I spit food on the floor. Awesome. Beer, whiskey, and wine. Oh my God, that sounds like a headache waiting to happen. Here's what I brewed on the Spike Brewing system the last time, Todd. The New England IPA, the hazy that I did, came out really well. Lots of Citra and Mosaic in the end of the boil and in the dry hop.
Here, this. I didn't hear what you said, but I saw it
Sorry.
was in the other drawer.
Let's see what temperature we're running up here in the top. So I can't get all the way down in the mash, but on the top of the recirculation liquid here, or what in the top of the mash malt pipe up here, I'm reading 147 degrees even. 147.0 actually just jumped up to 147.2. So I think, I think it's pretty accurate between the two of them. That 149 that it's showing right now is in the bottom of the kettle. So, I think a degree difference between the two will look pretty good, or we'll do pretty good. I think you guys can see me now, can't you? I would hope so. Hey, what's up, Nick? How's it going? My favorite way to chill. I'll be honest with you. One of my favorite ones is the is this guy right here. The jaded Skilla is what it is. The Skilla, whatever you want to call it. That's probably one of my favorite ways to chill, quite honestly. It chills so fast, and it chills the whole batch really, really well. What'd you wind up with figuring out on your gravity there, Nick? Was it off or what? I know you thought you got like 90-something% mash efficiency, which seemed a little bit strange. Not out of the question, but it seemed a little strange. Exit 13. What does that smell? Must be the copper. Weird.
Pepper?
I do not have any experience with the Speedo Braumeister. Leo, that's on the chat with you guys there, he definitely has some experience with one. He actually has one. Huh?
What are you smelling?
What am I what?
What are you smelling?
It just
Is it from the
smelled weird. I
peppers
think it's
upstairs?
the
Like
copper. It was
Really?
the copper, yeah. I
Huh.
picked it up, so. Okay, 76%. Okay, cool. That works. Awesome. And what were you targeting? You were targeting what, 75%, something like that? I'm assuming. I need some soap down here to wash my hand.
Do you want some soap?
Yeah.
Is that what you're asking?
Finding my efficiency much better with a cooler sparge, around 140 to 160 or higher. I don't know, whatever works for you, quite honestly. I mean, you're rinsing the sugars from the grain, so, I don't know, if there's any difference, quite honestly, with that. But, well, I will tell you, Ben, just from my own personal opinion, I haven't used the Braumeister, but I would say the potential for more features down the road is definitely greater with the B80 here than it is the Braumeister. Quite honestly. The guys at Brew Tools are always adding some kind of a feature or functionality. So I think, you're going to wind up definitely more ahead down the road. Yeah, I mean, if it's cheaper than if the B80 is cheaper than the Braumeister, I'd say go for it. Finally, a legit cause. What is a legit cause? Yeah. Portly Gentleman definitely has about too many valves, in my opinion. But hey, whatever. For sure. Yes, we can hear you. Somebody must be watching from the beginning, because they're they're saying stuff like they're at the beginning of the stream. Yeah, we got 5 minutes left. We're at 147.4. Oh, come here, buddy. Let me say hi to everybody. Hi. What are you doing? Look over there. You gonna mark your territory with my hat? Say hi. Say hi to everybody. Hey, looks like Larry finally made it. That is actually the Brew Commander. Yeah, the Braumeister is definitely a little bit like that. Any up and coming YouTube channels worth watching? I don't know. There's a lot of them. Beer and Barbecue by Larry is one of them. The Martin over at the Homebrew Challenge is pretty fun to watch. Trying to think of any other fun ones. What's that? I don't know. There's not really any other up and coming ones that I've seen, quite honestly. Yes, T-Rex, that is a 30 amp outlet on the wall over there, and that's actually what I've got an adapter running from that over to the Brew Commander. So let's see here. Make that a little larger so you can see it a little better. Yeah, Larry, absolutely, man. I think you got a good channel. Black Coffee IPA. I would say cold brew the coffee, or even definitely don't add it to the boil, in my opinion, just because of the fact that it will add a lot of astringency to it, quite honestly. Brewmaster, Brew Tools piqued my interest. Yeah, I mean, they're always tweaking stuff. So 2.5 Pints is a new and highly recommended channel. Okay, now are they like a brewing and beer review channel, or what's that? Yeah, Barley and Hops, he does some good videos too, for sure. He was asking about, I guess, I didn't answer him properly with up and coming channels, but yeah, those are some good channels for sure. I have not watched 2.5 Pints. I'm assuming they do brew days. I don't know. I haven't seen them, so I watch as many as I get exposed to. Yeah, looks like we're swinging a couple degrees, but I don't know if there's home brewers making their own recipe. Okay, I got you. Cool. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, the B80 with the guys from Brew Tools on the stream with us was absolutely amazing. I'm going to do another video on the B80 a brew day on it. Now that I have a little bit more, it was kind of funny after they walked me through the brew day that day with the system. It was like I had this aha moment about the way things should work and the way things should be, and so I think I'll be doing that. Video editing is enviable on the 2.5 pints, and I'm gonna have to go watch now for sure. 96 of you guys watching, awesome. Yeah, I'm always into some good video editing, so I'll have to go check that out. Thanks for that. Oh, excuse me. Oh, jeez. Must be some cat hair. The Apartment Brewer, actually, yeah, I've watched some of their stuff. Yep, pretty good. Hey, you know what? Better late than never for Larry, so what can you say? All right, so it looks like we're about 49 minutes away from the end of the mash here, and we'll raise up to like 168. How much time does running a channel eat up out of your week? I guess it depends on how committed you are to putting out a video every week. Doing live streams, doing Patreon, all that stuff. Probably don't drink Brian's beer. Too funny. Probably it consumes probably at least 16 hours a week, I'd say, something like that. Because by the time when I do a brew day video, do a brew day, if it's not live, if I'm doing a brew day, and then, that's a good, 4 or 5 hours at least. And then editing the video is possibly a good 4 or 5 hours, and enough to make you hire someone to redo your bathroom. Too funny. Yeah, no, Larry's right. There's a lot of hours behind the scenes for sure. So I'm gonna go ahead and raise the temperature up to 160, or actually 168. And it'll start heating up. Yeah, 168. I got it. I corrected myself. Yeah, nobody's drinking my beer, Drake, right now because I haven't sent it to anybody other than the yeast experiment beers. But other than that, that was about it. So, what are your thoughts on mashing out? I got a couple toys, Todd. I got a couple toys. Yeah, I mean it's a pretty cool little device. I mean it's really compact. It's really I think it's pretty efficient for what it is. And I'll be interested. It'll be the first time I used it on doing a brew day, so it'll be interesting to see how that goes. And I'm gonna put in the hop additions into the timer. There's like a brew timer where you put the total amount of time for the brew, and then you put, how many minutes this and how many minutes for different hop additions, and all the way through, and it'll let you do that in the timer there, and it'll sound off and let you know whenever it's time to add more hops. So, John, I mean, this is really the first time. This is the first time that I've used it, so I mean, I did the one video on it about how to program it and all that stuff, but as far as any issues with the touchscreen, I haven't had any today so far. So, thoughts on sanitizing dry hops? I would say, as far as sanitizing dry hops, I would probably say if you can purge them with CO2 in some way, that would be all the sanitization you would need. Hops themselves are a preservative for beer, which is why they started putting them in beer in the first place. So you don't really need to sanitize them. You want to purge them from oxygen as much as possible. I mean, pellet hops inherently, whenever they're compressed, they have a little bit of oxygen that's present in them, which is why a lot of people would like to dry hop right at the end of fermentation, so the yeast can consume any kind of oxygen that's left in the hops. Especially dry hops, whole hops, they probably have a little bit more oxygen present kind of in the leaves and all that stuff. So if you can purge those with CO2, I think you're probably better off. Yeah, thanks, Matt. Absolutely. Cheers. I appreciate it, buddy. I haven't heard of any issues with the touchscreen, John, from anybody else. I mean, the only thing I have heard an issue with is somebody saying that the element was staying on, but I don't. They sent I followed that for a little while, and they sent the controller back to Blickman, and you know, the Blickman couldn't duplicate the issue, so I'm not sure what that's all about. So, raising the mash, raising to a mash out temp. I like the fact that it's giving me an alarm now saying that it overshot the set point. So hopefully it'll cool off pretty quick here. It's at 170 right now. I don't really want to go much higher than 170 because you can start to extract tannins. But basically it kind of told on itself right there and said, hey, I went over temperature, so pay attention. And it looks like that, as you can see, the text turned red on it. I don't know if you can see that on the camera there or not, but let me see if I can go here to this. Let me transition over to that. If you can see on the camera there, the text turned red, the temperature did, which meaning that it's over temperature by 2 degrees. So once it falls down back below, yeah, see how it turned black back again when it dropped down to 169? They did that on purpose so you could see that it was 2 degrees over the set point. So, yeah, I mean, the temperature sensor is down in the bottom, and I would say with the temperature differential between the top and the bottom, the liquid in the bottom of the kettle down there heated up to that 170 point whatever, but I don't think that the temperature that's coming up over top of the grain got over 170 degrees, quite honestly. No, that controller does not have a way to hook it up to a PC to control it. Now you can't. There is a menu you can go in there and you can adjust the P, the I, and the D parameters. I mean, you can get in there and mess with the controls and change all those numbers. There's no auto tune as far as I know, from what I've been told. There could possibly be an auto tune, but I haven't seen it in the features of it, and I haven't really messed with it a whole bunch. So now it's dropped back down below again. So it's telling us again that it's below temperature. So it'll get back up. So yeah, so I mean that's kind of a case in point of what I was talking about. My thermometer says. Yeah, up here it's 156.6 up at the top up here, 156.7. So yeah, I mean it's I didn't have any doubt that it was not overheated at the top up there. So it'll take a little bit longer than that. I mean the temperature probe is down here at the bottom and it's right next to the element. So if the element stayed on for very long like that, it superheated the wort that was around it, and then you know it'll equalize out. So I'll let it run for a little while. Once it maintains at 168 pretty well, let it go for just a little while before I actually pull the basket out and do that. So right now we're at Isabel. We are in the mash process. I've actually raised the temperature for a mash out, and so that's kind of where we are. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the middle of the mash is right there in the temperature range of where we needed it to be at. I'm not too overly worried about it. When we mashed in, it was really close, and everything that's circulating around the grain is going to keep it within that range. I think I don't have too much of an issue, quite honestly. So, Justin Thomas is at Flameout. Awesome, good deal. All righty. Yeah, so it's getting there. It should level out here shortly. I do have a longer thermometer from Bayou Classic. I just have never tried to see how close it is, quite honestly. I got this really long one. Let me see where it's showing we're at here. Yeah, it's showing right as far as how far I can get down into the mash. It's showing like about 154 right now. So it's still climbing, but all the way is that depth down into the mash, whatever that distance is. It was like 154. So it'll take a little bit to raise the whole grain bed up to that temperature. I could see it overshooting the temperature initially because it cranked the element on 100% and then started heating up, and then by the time it reacted, it went above the set point just because of the way that the flow is in the kettle. That's kind of one of the maybe a downfall of the single vessel or brew in a bag systems is that, you know, you've got all this grain in there and you're not circulating directly through the grain a lot of times. I mean, some of the systems you do, but like in this case with the basket from Clawhammer Supply, you're not really circulating directly through the grain. So the liquid around the grain can be a hotter temperature than what the actual grain is, and it takes a while for the grain to actually come up to that temperature. With a HERMS system, whenever you heat it up, I mean, it does take a little while, but you're actually dumping the water, whatever temperature's in the HLT, you're dumping that temperature water and circulating down through the grain that temperature of liquid down through the grain. So you probably have a little bit faster heat up in that situation than you will in this, just because of the fact that you're circulating directly through the grain. $84 people watching. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us today. I hope you guys are enjoying it and getting your questions answered and all that stuff. John Holiday. Hey, John. Thanks for being a big fan. I certainly appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Thank your buddy Kevin for getting a shout out. Absolutely. Anytime, Kevin, no problem. All right. So we'll let this run for a little bit longer. I'm gonna let you guys watch the controller for a minute while I take a pause for the cause here. And I'm back. Let's see who. I'm actually, once the weather breaks a little bit, I'm actually going to be doing a deck on the back of the house. And so I'm planning on documenting that on Build It with Brian. Should be a fun time. I actually got to get a concrete slab. Somebody, whoever built the house or lived in the house for a period of time, poured a concrete slab in the back and then planted a wisteria bush, tree, whatever you want to call it, right on the edge of the slab. And then I may or may not have to tell you the rest of the story. The wisteria bush grew bigger and bigger and bigger and wound up engulfing the entire pergola that was on the back of at that patio. And then not only did it do that, it grew underneath of the slab and pushed up on the slab, cracked the slab down the middle, and then the part of the slab that's closest to the house, because of that wisteria bush growing underneath of it, actually tilted the slab back towards the house. So anytime we get a good rain, all of the runoff runs right back to the house, and the sump pumps work forever and ever and ever. if it rains very much at all, if it rains very hard, the sump pump is running like every 5 seconds. I mean, it's scary as hell, quite honestly, with all the work that I've done down here. I often worry about the thing failing. I probably should get like a battery backup one, but I haven't done it yet, so. Okay, all right, awesome. The formal burner. All right, Josh, hey, how's it going, buddy? Yeah, no kidding. I haven't seen you for a while. I haven't seen you on any of the outlets, so, you know, it's one of those things. Yeah, so that's kind of where I'm at. I also want to build, I'm also want to build one more cabinet for the storage area, and I plan to do that on the Build It with Brian, so, you know, yeah, no kidding, I imagine. Oh, man, I'll tell you what. So yeah, that's my next project, is building that out there. I'm going to do that. I did get this is for this channel, but I did get Ibex Grows, a new hop growing system. So I'm actually going to it's a hop trellis. The cool part about their hop trellis is that I think it's like maybe 15 feet tall. It's pretty tall. But the cool part about it that's kind of innovative really to me is that it has like you can pull a pin and actually fold it in half. So whenever you go to do your harvesting, you're not trying to precariously balance the ladder up, 15, 20 feet in the air to cut the ropes for the hop binds. Or you can actually, start harvesting your hops down low, and then as you get up the bind, you're able to click it down farther and farther until you're harvesting at, standing level, rather than trying to get up on a ladder or whatever and harvest the hops. So it'll be interesting to see how that does, and once I get the trellis up, I'll be doing a video on installing the trellis and all that stuff, the system that they sent me. And then they actually are sending me 6 varieties of hops to go with it, which are the lower Midwest blend, something like that. Have you had trouble with deer eating your hops? Because I'm wondering the same thing myself, because we do have a fair amount of deer out here for sure. I don't know if hops are deadly to deer like they are dogs, but that's definitely an issue for people that have dogs. Thought about making a beer with wisteria. Interesting. Yeah, I have not. I didn't realize that the wisteria flowers were edible at all. I had no idea. Yeah, their whole system looks pretty well thought out. They also have one for blueberries and strawberries as well on their website. But this hop one looks pretty cool, so I'm excited to get it in and start growing some hops again, because I really enjoyed doing that. It was a lot of fun. So at the last house we had a pergola that was I used for growing the hops, and it would grow up the rope and then up over top of the actual pergola itself, which was pretty cool. So should be pretty cool. Let's take a check on our temperature again here. See where we're at now. And it's climbing pretty quick. It's getting up there near 160. Looks like we're actually going to go past 160. Just a little bit past, so we're about 162 right now. It's still climbing a little bit, so I'm gonna let it go for just a little bit longer, and once we get up there, we'll pull the basket and throw our first wort hops in and get it going. Yes, actually that's one of the things that I want to do is those daily hop videos again. Yeah, the Instagram stories, I'll definitely do that. I've actually even toyed with getting a Mavic Mini drone to be able to fly around the hops to kind of show how they look whenever they get bigger. I don't know if I'll really do that or not, but be a good excuse to get some drones. Get a drone. Be purple. Egyptian grain, purple hued when mashed. What am I missing? Oh, on the flowers. Okay, I got you. Yep, no, that makes sense. Yeah, Josh, I'm definitely going to be doing some Instagram stories on it for sure. Boy, this you can't really see it on the camera really there, but this wort is crystal clear. Let me see if I can show you guys up in here. Kind of pull this back a little bit. If you can see in there, I don't know if you can see it or not, but it is pretty darn clear. I mean, I'm seeing 2 inches or more down inside of the kettle there. So it's definitely cleared out nicely. I am happy with that for sure. Chamber cam. Yeah, time. Yeah, that would be really cool, for sure. Yeah, then put it in one video. Yep, absolutely. Chamber. Yeah, exactly. I need a high heat camera that with a light on it that we can stick in the mash tun so we can see what's going on inside of there. Or maybe just a sight glass up here. I don't have a sight glass yet. Yeah, if you look at this, it's really clear. I don't know if you can see. Let me see if I can show you here. You see if you see the tubing there, I mean it's just a little bit of a yellow twinge inside of there. But yeah, it's crystal clear pretty much. Crazy. Awesome. Yeah, I mean it's really clear. So I'm since it's a IPA, I'm hoping that I can get this thing to clear out pretty good. I'm gonna do some Whirlpool tablets and stuff in it. I'm not gonna go for a hazy IPA on this one. It's gonna be more like a West Coast style IPA. So heck, I might even do some gelatin in the keg. Who knows? I've not ever been a big person to do that. Not that I have anything against it, but just like, I don't know. For me, if I'm just drinking it myself, it's not absolutely necessary for aesthetics to me. All right. Looking pretty good. Now I wonder if I'm going to need her help to pull this thing out of the kettle or not. That'll be interesting to see if I need that or not. All right. Well, I think I'm gonna call it as is on that one. Pull this out. Let me see here. Let me get this raised up. Whoop. So I can let this kind of drain back a little bit. Pull off my sparge arm there, or sparge manifold, whatever you want to call it. Let me turn off the kettle and turn off the pump outlet here. Make sure we don't have anything draining anywhere it's not supposed to be. All right. Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna need her help for this one. Let me go grab her really quick. Yeah, absolutely. Awesome, True Celt. Hey, can you give me a hand? So we've got a little bit of debris over into the kettle, but not hateful. Probably from just the mash in. Nice and clear though. Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate that. Get this thing started draining out a little bit. Reduce the weight some. There's a piece of wood or some kind of thing in the grain here. That's awesome. Something from the grain company. I think it was Bryce or something like that I had with it. Just need to put those clips in around the mash basket. Nope. Out of the way. All right. Looks good. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. What's that? Glass rinser. Yep. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, we got 7 gallons post-boil volume so far. You know off the top of your head how much wort you lose to recirculation pump tubing? How long is your tubing? Is it one of the upgrades I'm looking into? Maybe a quarter of a gallon. Not much. I mean, it's very negligible. As long as you don't have a big looping hose that comes, goes around. I mean, at this, I probably have maybe a quart at the most, I would say, something like that, probably. Not much. Now, in like a HERMS system or whatever, you have to calculate that a little differently. But if it's just like a simple brew in a bag system like this, you don't have much of a loss for that type of thing at all, quite honestly. All right. Well, looks like we got that pretty good. Let me need to go in here and actually put my first wort hops in. Get the bag open. Need a pair of scissors. Where do I dump them at? Well, I think this thing is about done draining, actually. Yeah, it's got a little bit left. See if I can dump it in there. There we go. I got them in there. Awesome. Way to make a founder's run. Women only a few will support your beer runs. Brian has beer on tap, quite honestly. So, there you go. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to rub it in there, Beer Coy. You aren't brewing on your system yet. Where did I put my... Oh, I know where it's at. This is what I was talking about, squeezing the grain, so to speak, earlier. Got this little piece here and just push down on the grain in the basket to kind of push out whatever wort is remaining in there. There's not a ton, but just a little bit. Kind of similar to squeezing the basket, in my opinion. Or squeezing the bag. Can't squeeze the basket. But it seemed like it drained out pretty quick, even for being double crushed. it seemed like it drained pretty good. So let me go ahead and get this thing knocked off of there. Of all the things you got to have in your brewery, that's a sink for sure. That is for sure. You're right. Exactly. Yeah. No tannins extracted here. Set this over in a bucket. See what we got going on there. Pull these out. Not like it was last time, quite honestly. It looks pretty clear. Let me get this over here. See what we got there. It looks pretty good. I'm pretty nice and clear. I mean, it's got a little bit of stuff in it from some things that overflowed the mash basket, but nothing hateful. I mean, nothing I'm too worried about, quite honestly. So I like the color. It's like a nice golden yellow. All right. Yeah, absolutely. Triple sink. Okay. I raised this up too soon, I think, probably. Let me see if I can get back down here real quick and get that in the view there. All right, so I'm going to attempt to show you the programming of the controller here. All right. Go to the menu and do a boil timer. Boil is 60 minutes. The first edition is there. Let's see here. Select. My next edition is 5 minutes. And then I'm not 100% sure how to do the Whirlpool. I guess we'll have to figure that out once we get to Mashout. I'm actually gonna go in here because I need to put the Whirlflock tablet goes in at 15 minutes. So I'm gonna put 15 minutes in there. And then the next one is gonna be 5 minutes. So there's my first wort hop edition. I'm going to pause the timer, go back to home, and it's set to boil at 100%. And then once we get to boil, we'll turn it down a little bit on the boil percentage, and then we'll start the timer back up again. But you can see it's pretty easy. And I think that if I'm not mistaken, I can. No, I have to go into the menu and boil, and then hit the play button again. So we're out here, wait for it to come to a boil, and then we'll start our timers, and we'll get the boil going. So looking good so far. Got about, let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 7.5 gallons, something like that. Yeah, it would be nice if it was a little bit bigger for those of us that have not quite so many great eyes. Let me get some cold water over here. take a pre-boil sample and see where we is. Hopefully we'll be close to our pre-boil gravity, which I can't remember what it is. I'll have to look at my paper and see what that is. Let me give this a stir, stir, stir. Get it all nice and mixed up there. Throw that in the cold water. Let that chill down. That's one thing too that I recently discovered was with taking a hydrometer reading. You definitely want to make sure that your wort sample is cool, so that you can, let's see here. All right. Yeah, I don't think you'd have any trouble running, and as long as it's a 10 gauge wire, I don't think you have any issues with doing that at all. Quite honestly, I think you'd be fine. Let me see here. Oh, not what I wanted to do. You guys can tell me if that's too much of a kettle view or not, but. All right, man. Appreciate you stopping by, Leo. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for hanging out with us, for sure. Certainly appreciate it. Only have, oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yep, I agree. Now, yours, Beer Coy, yours was based on it has a brew commander, right, in it, if I'm not mistaken? It should not take this thing very long to come up to a boil, quite honestly. So I think we should get there pretty quick. We'll see. But it shouldn't take too long to get to a boil. It's already up to 175. It's rising. It's rising pretty quick. I mean, I know in my previous experience it takes about 15 to 17 minutes to get up to boil temperature from mash out temperature. So it shouldn't take too awful long, quite honestly, to get there. I need to think about cleaning out my, didn't have a chance to clean out my fermentation vessel yesterday. So I need to get on that really quick. That way I'm ready when the time comes. Which this is where that hazy was at before. Should have had this cleaned earlier today. But no, I was over hanging out with everybody on their live streams and yucking it up. And then had to rush to get mine up and going, but hey, what the heck? It's a Saturday. Who cares? Not a big deal. Gotta love the smell of those hops for sure. Man, that smells good. Man, oh man, oh man. This is what the Hazy IPA was in. So it is smelling delightful. Cleaning it out. This is a nice fermenter to clean out. Smells absolutely amazing. Smells amazing, for sure. Let's see here. Put a little bit of water in here and go to work on it with a little scrub sponge here. Shouldn't take too much to clean it up. Let's see, 20-gallon brews. You come to the Brew Commander. Okay, cool, awesome. Supposed to be a 100-foot cord, not 100-inch. Mine was $98. Adds more flavor. What adds more flavor, YouTubing? I must have missed something. Interesting. Oh well. Yeah, they probably are now because they were they used to be the original Commander, and then now they're the they used to have like the old Tower of Power controller or whatever on them, so they're a little bit different now. This thing cleaned up really quick. That's a tip for you beginner brewers. If you're starting out, do not leave a bunch of stuff in your fermenter. Clean it out as soon as you possibly can. I mean, like I said, I transferred this yesterday, but it makes it so much easier to clean out. You know, I've seen a few people that have fermenters that they transferred the beer, and several days later they still haven't done it, and they've left it open. I left this one all sealed up with the airlock and everything in it, so that it wouldn't dry out or anything. But I mean, it just makes it so much easier to clean everything out when you've done it right away. You don't even hardly need any cleaner for it, quite honestly. I mean, I like to use a little bit of PBW, but you don't even need hardly any cleaner for it. So when you do it that way. Okay. Hey, Mental Mayhem. Awesome. Glad to have you. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for stopping by. Be sure and watch this and make sure. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I can't remember for sure, but I think that the Brew Commander actually notifies you when it's reached like 200 degrees, I think it is, or somewhere close to boiling, just to let you know that it's getting close. I know that the Anvil brewing system does that. It lets you know when it gets to, I think, 200 degrees, so that you know, hey, you could have a boil over coming soon. Pay attention. 2.5 gallon batch at a 5 gallon fermenter. I think you could do that. No problem, really. I mean, it's a little bit of headspace, but I don't think. I mean, I guess as long as your 5 gallon fermenter is, you know, fairly small in diameter. If it's gigantic and, you know, it has more headspace than it does beer space. I've never really tested that. Does anybody know if there's been a test about headspace on fermenting a batch? Has Brewlosophy done anything like that at all? I haven't seen any hard data on it. I know a lot of people talk about, you know, having too much headspace in a fermenter, but I personally have not ever tested that. Does anybody know of any data to support one way or the other? I would be curious to know. Yep, there's that 200 mark. 205, I think it does. I'm glad it beeped too. Let's see here. Put it back on the on mode. All right, there's our 90%. I think I'm probably going to wind up about 65% with this thing, quite honestly. maybe even a little less. No, I'm not circulating while I boil at all. Not at all. I just turned the element off. Let's see if we'll turn it back on and let it do 65%. Yeah, that's probably going to be a pretty good spot to start, I would imagine. I'm going to go into the boil timer and start the timer. Go into, let's see here. Okay, so what I did just now, I'll have to show you guys what I did, but if you saw before, it was boiling, and then it would have like a big gap in between, and so it was like it wasn't a consistent boil. So what I actually did, I'll show you on the controller here real quick, just to show you how this works. Oop. Let me get down here a little closer so you can see. So I went into the advanced settings. If you guys can see that, yeah, I think you can. So I went into the menu, and I went to the advanced settings, advanced right here, and then see this cycle tab down here? That is how long the element kicks on and off. So while I'm boiling, I can actually, oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Just keep hitting the select button until I get down there. I'll actually probably go all the way down to like 1 second. And when I go back, you'll see that the boil is definitely more apparent at that 1 second interval. Let me this thing back up here. And I'm actually going to turn the percentage down to like 60%. And you'll see that the cycle time, it actually is the cycle percentage is different than when I had it on the 5 seconds. So the cycle period is down to 1 second now instead of 5 seconds. So I could probably turn this thing down to let's turn it down to 50% and see what we got here. So yeah, so there's that reduces the boil. That's at 50% boil. Probably, I think that's probably going to be pretty good from what I'm seeing. That's a good boil, in my opinion. Not too overly aggressive. So, so yeah, I mean it's crazy how quick it goes with that small of a vessel and that much wort. So it doesn't take long to get very hot and get to a boil for sure. I ran it at 100% until I got to that boil. And then actually, I'll tell you what, I'll be honest with you, 50% looks like it might actually be a little bit much. So actually, I'm going to change it down to 45% and see if we can have a little bit milder of a boil. And you can kind of see that when I turned it down to 45%, it reduced the boil a little bit, but it still has a nice rolling boil. I just don't see a reason to boil off too much. So yeah, so it's definitely got a good boil. Actually, it's turned all the way down to 45% right now. That is a 5,500 watt element in there. So it's doing its thing, and I think that's a pretty good boil as far as I'm concerned. At 45%, that's definitely low power consumption. All right, what did I do? What did I do with my hydrometer? There it is. Yeah, white camps are high. You know, the funny thing about those ripple elements, I've actually had in my HERMS vessel, like when I had it, the boil kettle when I had 100%, the way that the wave element goes in there, the ripple element, it'll actually get the wort rocking back and forth. And I've actually had it where it's like almost coming up out of the side. I mean, it'll sit there and cycle back and forth, rocking up the side of the kettle, which is really, really strange. I was kind of amazed the first time I saw it do that. Okay, so our estimated pre-boil gravity is 1052, and we are sitting at like 1047, but we had about a quarter of a gallon more than what the recipe was calling for. Again, this is not a tried and tested profile that I used. I just modified the claw hammer supply kettle because the claw hammer supply system profile, because it was about the same size kettle, and I just used their number for the dead space, the recoverable dead space underneath of the mash basket. So I don't know. So I mean, I'm happy with it so far. I think we'll probably boil off plenty. Their boil off rate was like 1.2 gallons, and I could certainly see that happening with this batch. I don't foresee that being any different. Even at 45%, I mean, we still got a bunch of condensation coming up, so definitely is looking good. Oh, same thing happened on a one barrel spot. So you saw it going back and forth, basically like almost coming up out of the kettle. It's pretty crazy for sure. The only thing I don't like about these Grainfather conicals is that the space in here to get to the tri-clamp and all that stuff is just not very forgiving for big hands. And I mean, I got big hands, so it doesn't really work that well for me, quite honestly. It's a little hard for me to get my hands in there and do things with the tri-clamp. I got to be very diligent to try to keep everything together while I clamp it in. Whew. This thing was plugged up with yeast and hop debris. What's that? No, I think I'm probably pretty good. I definitely need you, but not for this right now. Okay. Walk on by. What's that? Yeah. Thank you, it was good. Love you. Oh yeah, it is definitely scary the first time you see it. Like I said, when I saw it the first time, I was like, what the heck's going on? For sure. All right, so I got our timer running, and it'll tell me when I need to put in my Whirlflock tablet as my next addition. Let me grab that. One Whirlflock tablet. I'll set that off to the side here. Sour pickle beer from Texas. Oh, don't tell me you're detroing a beer too. Are you really? Come on. That's too funny. Yeah, I think 45% is a good boil rate for this, quite honestly. Not too vigorous, not too weak. So I'm digging that. Might actually be able to go up to 46 or 47, but I think that's a pretty good boil rate. So I like how adjustable the Blickman Brew Commander is. I mean, as I showed you guys, I was able to go in there to that advanced menu really easily. On a regular analog type PID, you got to dig through a bunch of menus and try to decipher what all the little symbols are on the screen. If you don't have a manual right in front of you, you really can't see what you're adjusting unless you know it by like the back of your hand. But with that, I was able to go in there and just look at the interval in the advanced menu, go into the interval time and take a look and see it was set to 5 seconds, and then I dropped it right down to 1 second. And on a bigger kettle, 5 seconds probably would have been okay with a bigger batch. But since I've got such a small volume here, reducing it down to that 1 second interval time actually is what did the trick. So I mean, it's nice that it's adjustable like that, and it was easy for me to do. So that's that's really nice. Let's see. Novel Corona. Okay, so you guys are talking about actually commercial produced beer that's a sour pickle. 47 is my sweet spot. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, 45. I think like I just said, I could probably go to 46 or 47, but I'm happy the way 45 is. So I mean, it's the same controller, so they're definitely consistent across the board. So it's good to hear that you have the same type of. I'm assuming you have 5,500 watt element and doing 5-gallon batches in like a 10-gallon kettle or something like that. So that's pretty cool that you have the same experience that I do. I like it. It's awesome. It's actually much like the Raspberry Pi system. So you're talking about the Brew Commander? I expected it to be appalled. Okay. You expected it to be a nasty one. I might actually. I don't want to dip into my stash too much, but I did bottle off about 8 bottles of the not Corona that I brewed. I might actually. I think I'll have one of those now and share it with you guys so you can see how beautiful that beer is. It turned out awesome. All right. Had a little hiss there. Here we go, boys. Look at that. You can read the label on the other side of the glass. Let me get this thing to focus here. That is pretty darn clear. Oh, I guess I didn't. Sorry, guys. Okay, I didn't catch the pour. Sorry about that, but I didn't take a sip on it yet. Let's see here. I forgot to transition over to the other. Come on, focus. It wants to focus on a person. There we go. Nice and clear. I know, I blew it. What can I say? What can I say? I guess I could say I'd have to drink another one. Such a great beer. Well, according to the Brew Commander, my boil temperature is 210.5, which actually is about accurate. Where I did my elevation, checked out my elevation and everything to see what my boil temperature was, and it was like right at 210. So that tells me that the temperature calibration, or the temperature on the Brew Commander, is definitely, I think it's spot on, quite honestly. So that's good. The only thing I don't like about the Grain Farther Conical is this. I don't know if you can see where this thing is down inside of there. Do you see that big? There's a big chamber down in there. That actually will get hop debris down in there, and if it dries up in there, it is really, really hard to get out. But it's kind of a pain in the butt because this thing This is how you dump the trub on it. This piece here has like a big cone that sticks up off of it. So this part sticks up in the cone above the trub level, and then you just raise this up to dump the trub out, which is a little different, but thanks, Byron, appreciate it. Even though I did screw up the money shot with it. Sorry about that, guys. I wasn't even paying attention. But what else is new for me? Can't say it's not abnormal. Whatever. Guy goes and eats an apple and boom, we're at boil on the live stream. I need to up. Yeah, no kidding. 220 is the way to go for sure. For sure, for sure. It's boiling, boys. Something else I like to do, and I haven't talked about it too much, but I will talk about it now since you guys are on here. If there's anything you can do to kind of shorten your brew day, it's definitely a good idea to try to do that. So you got to be careful doing this, obviously, but what I like to do is I'll take a damp rag and go in here and wipe the trub from either the hops that went in or the grain along the grain line. If you do it while this thing is hot and the wort is steaming up through there, it is so easy to clean this. And then if you've ever tried to scrub a kettle after boil and that stuff has gotten dried and caked on there by the time you get to the end of the boil, you will know exactly what I'm talking about, that it's a little bit of a pain in the butt. But if you do it like right now at this time, I mean, it literally wipes off like so easy. It's not even funny how easy it is. So I definitely say be careful, but get down as close to the wort line as you can and wipe all that out of there, and you'll be that much farther ahead when it comes time to clean. So a little tip for you there. I have not retested the Clawhammer supply controller. I was actually going to use it today, but I didn't get a chance to retest it. So in all fairness to them, I just want to make sure that I test it first and make sure that everything's going to go good, because I didn't want to have another incident where it went all goofy on me while I was brewing. So that was why I kind of scrambled together and threw the Brew Commander and all this stuff together. I had the thermo cup, the thermal well, and I hadn't installed it yet. I actually had an RTD probe in there for running the IPB16 on this system, and so I had to remove that and put the thermal well in and stuff. So I mean, it was like literally this morning I finished throwing this together, and that's when I realized that I didn't have a bag to put in the basket that came with the Bayou Classic. So that's why I had to wind up going with the basket from Clawhammer Supply. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it works really well, Brad. I mean, I've done it in my HERMS system before. I've done it in a lot of the all-in-one systems. I mean, just it's already steamed up and it's already hot and pretty much loose, so you can just go in there and wipe it out, and there's like nothing to clean. So that, I mean, it's good. Yeah. I mean, I didn't have a whole lot of doubt that it would run well. I mean, I've used this kettle with another controller before, and didn't have any issues. So I had no misgivings about trying to use it on this brew day and see how it would go. So it wasn't a big deal for me. I had faith in it. The only thing I didn't know for sure about was the Blickman Commander, but I had a feeling it would be okay. So I wasn't too worried about it. See if I can get some of this wort out of here. So when I go to hook up the controller, the chiller, all right. Dump that back in there. Yeah, it is. It's a Riptide. It is a Blickman Riptide. I have an extra ball valve on there that you don't necessarily have to have. I just like to be able to turn the flow off like really quick, especially when I had this on the HERMS system. That's what it actually came off of. When I had it on the HERMS system, I like to be able to turn it off really quick in case I had dropped a hose or whatever, and trying to screw in that dial valve on the Riptide is a little bit more tedious than just grabbing a valve and yanking it shut. So if I would say there's any kind of a downfall on the Riptide pump, it would be that you got to turn in that valve. But yeah, not a huge ordeal. So. All right, so it looks like we've actually almost boiled off that quarter gallon. So yeah, I mean they're super quiet. They're super nice in my opinion. I love mine for sure. I've actually got 2 of them for when I get my HERMS system back up and running. Let me go ahead and measure out my 5-minute edition hops. What is that I'm putting in for that? The HBC 438. So this is in my 5-minute edition is going to be the Ron Mexico HBC 438. I guess it's a Sabro variant. I've never used it before, but apparently I read some stuff online that Vinny from why can't I think of the brewery? Russian River. I guess Vinny used some of this in a beer that he made for Craft Brew Conference or something like that, and the description on the hop said that every time they mention it, Vinny smiles from ear to ear. So I'm like, okay, well that's enough for me. I'll buy that for however many dollars it was. I don't even remember. Put it in an ounce. There we go. An ounce for our 5-minute edition. The Whirlpool tablet next to it. Oh man, that smells so good. Oh my gosh, it has a really interesting, it's a dank kind of, just a real earthy, but at the same time, has like a pineapple flavor to it, like a peach and a mango, but it has like an earthy aroma to it as well. I actually have used the soldered fittings. I soldered on a tri-clamp ferrule onto my boil kettle that I had previously to get in the new Blickman kettles. It's not the easiest thing in the world, I will tell you. I actually failed the first time and had to remove it and then redo it. It's, you got to make sure your surfaces are really clean, really scuffed up, sanded really well in order to get it to stick. It's not the easiest thing in the world. Awesome. Let my OCD kick in here. Hope everything is holding up well. My friends and I are mashing in on a Czech Pilsner. Awesome. I actually have a couple. This is the not Corona that I brewed. It's actually tasting really good right now. Looking great too. I actually used 0 finings. I didn't do any gelatin in the keg. I didn't do any super clear. None of that. It just this is from sitting in the keg. How stable are the fittings? The solder on? I mean, once I got it done properly, it was great. I mean, there was no problem at all. It was just getting it to solder on in the first place. It was just a little bit of an issue to get it to solder on correctly. So. All right. Actually, I do like the basket from Clawhammer Supply. I mean, you would think that it would have a lot of debris that would stick in there, but it actually comes out pretty clean. I mean, and then it's a matter of spraying it from the backside. And I had some concerns it would be a pain in the butt to clean, but so far my experience has been pretty good with it. It's been pretty easy. Just a matter of spraying it from the backside, and you can get 90% of the stuff out of it without too much trouble at all. So I think they did a good job with that for sure. I wonder if anybody's used this basket for a hop sack. It would definitely do it. I don't know how much it, I probably wouldn't try it on a 120 volt system because it would probably reduce your boil pretty drastically. But on a 240 volt system, I imagine it would probably work pretty well to work as a hop basket instead of using the big tube that they sent, which I find a lot of times there's not a lot of circulation through those tubes. Once you put the first amount of hops in, there's not a lot of circulation through those things, and you get a big clump of hops at the bottom that not a lot of wort got introduced into. So that's kind of one of the reasons why I don't like using a hop spider too much. I'd rather just have a good chiller that I don't have to worry about it, and then do that instead. So yeah, a few little sprays and it comes out pretty good. The only place it doesn't really clean is where there's a support, but other than that, it cleans up pretty good. So I am not going to complain about that. Okay, so I didn't get a chance to watch that yet, but they use about okay. There you go, right? I guess that answers the question. I haven't even had a chance to watch that video yet, so. There you go. Answered my own question, or didn't answer my own question, but answered my thought. That is pretty cool. I imagine they probably were running it on the 240 volt system. I couldn't see it trying to run it on the 120 because it just sapped too much thermal out of the system, I would say. You know what? Maybe we should just do it for the Whirlpool. Maybe we should just do that. Let's just do it today. How about I do it on this live stream? Let's just do it. I like it. If they can do it, I can do it. So we'll do it here today live and see how it turns out. How about that? You guys vote for that or what? Oh my gosh, really? I didn't realize they weren't sending. I thought that they had a skeleton crew that were sending and all that stuff. I know that John recently posted on the Anvil site that they had a skeleton crew working, but that they were still shipping stuff out and everything. So hopefully that's still going on. I'll reach out to my contact Larry over there and see if I can find out some information for you about your Riptide, if it's been shipped out or not yet. I'll let you know. I'll find out. I got connections. And then Birakoy, did you have a question too about something? I thought you said that Blickman was closed or something. You weren't sure. Oh, the Riptide pump is very essential. It is absolutely essential. It's actually a flooring product. It's actually vinyl flooring. It was like, I don't even remember what it was. It was really, really cheap. And I found out why it was really, really cheap because I stuck it to the wall. Everything was great. And then came back in the next morning and all it was on the floor. So I actually wound up having to get an adhesive, like a mastic or whatever, and stick it to the wall. Since I did that, everything's been fine, but it was the adhesive for the floor definitely does not work on a horizontal surface. If it's on the ground, you know, where it's flat and foot traffic and all that stuff helps like smash it down, it works, but not on the wall. Did not work very well at all, Brad. So, but you know, I had the product and it was already cut and everything already, so I was like, okay, I'll just glue it up there, and that worked pretty well. The only thing about that was the glue was pretty nasty, sticky, messy, and I wound up having to like come back with thinner and wipe a bunch of it off as I was going along, and it was just, oof, it was something else. Tiles tried to tell you we are supposed to be on the floor. Absolutely, Thomas, that is correct. Incidentally, how was your nano brewery coming there, Thomas? Yeah, exactly. What are you talking about? Vertical? That's vertical, right? Horizontal? Vertical? I don't know. Stop it. I'm not going to put up with it. All right. So we'll set this over here. When we get to our last edition, we'll drop it in. Yeah, I mean, it's the glue that I used for it is like a commercial grade waterproof glue. So I mean, it's, you know, that there's some steam that comes out around the sides, and every once in a while, like right over here in this area, it'll get a little condensation sometimes. I don't know if you can see it at all on the wall there, but it'll get a little condensation over there, mainly there, and then sometimes over here as well. More over there for whatever reason than over here. I guess probably just because it's the steam kind of lingers over here and then kind of finds its way out the back over there. But it works okay. Don't have any problem with it. What kind of a sink faucet am I using? Now, I guess which... yeah, right. Would not be a bad thing. Have a question, switch over to electric, you can see a huge increase. No, I mean, the electric, I mean, basically, like right now, I'm running a 5,500 watt element, which is basically like the same as your water heater would have in it. But the only difference between this is this thing is cycling on like 45%. So if you can imagine, you take a shower or take a bath and you use a lot of the hot water in the hot water heater, the amount of time that it takes to heat that back up is probably an hour or more. So basically, brewing a batch of beer under the boil is about the same as taking a shower. I mean, as far as the amount of energy consumption to heat the water that it takes to do that. So I don't see a huge spike. I mean, if I brew like a bunch of times in a month, you'll see a little spike, but I mean, it literally, like to brew this batch up, we're talking about probably $1, maybe $1.50 worth of electrical energy. So it's not as much as somebody might think. 120, let's say if you run 120, you know, you run like a 2800 watt element or whatever on 120 volts, you need a pretty good sized circuit to do that. You're probably going to see a little more with that, whereas I'm running 5,500 watts on a 240 volt circuit, and you know, it's kind of negligible. So I haven't seen a whole lot. And even when you're doing the mash, I mean, the element is literally, it's cycling so little. Once you get into the mash process, even if it's like a 90-minute mash or something like that, it's negligible in my opinion. So the Anvil Foundry for cleaning, it's not a lot different than any other system, quite honestly. I mean, it's, you know, once you get the basket out, you know, dump all the grains out of the basket, and it's a little bit, you know, it's a little bit of a pain with the holes and stuff to clean all the grain out sometimes, but you know, it's a matter of spraying the backside of it and spraying down inside. As far as the actual boil kettle itself, it's not a lot different than any other coffee urn based system. You know, scrub a little bit of the bottom with some PBW. It generally doesn't have too much of an issue with any kind of, you know, cooking wart on the bottom or anything like that. So, you know, it's not any more difficult than like this type system here. Matter of fact, this system here probably might be a little bit more of a pain because it has an exposed element that I'm going to have to, you know, clean and try to scrub in between all of the coil passages and all that stuff. So not too bad. Yeah, no, it's a valid question for sure. time allude. There's no harm in asking that question. I mean, a lot of people do that. I would tell you it's way cheaper than propane. Whatever you're spending on propane, you can look to cut that probably in half and get twice the amount of batches for half the amount of money in energy, because propane is just not efficient at all. I will say that for sure. Yeah, no kidding. If you had coal to the fire, whew, no doubt, that would be a pain for sure. All right. Oh, somebody asked me earlier what kind of sink, what kind of faucet I was using. I guess I need some clarification on that. You're talking about the faucet that I have here in the sink, or the faucet that I have stuck through the wall? If you can give me some clarification on what exactly you're asking me, I can tell you a little bit more for sure. Yeah, absolutely. For sure. Anyone heard whether Star Sand kills COVID-19? The mixed results. FYI, not worried about it. From what I understand, there was a big post on Reddit about it. The CDC doesn't have it on their list of sanitizers that'll kill COVID-19. I don't know personally myself. I can't give you any kind of medical advice. I'm not a doctor. I did sleep at a Holiday Inn Express once, but not a doctor. Alrighty. All right. Bro science. Found your tilt. What? Where was your tilt at? Where did you lose it? Bro science. I ain't got no bro science. No bro science for me, yo. Alrighty. A little bit of Star Sand sanitizer in here. This sucker all foamed up. Oh yeah, of course. What else is new? Gotta close the valve, dumbass. See, that's like a trial run for putting wort in there. So the bottom valve is now sanitized for sure, because I have plenty of sanitizer running through it. And secondly, I know it's closed now because I've already dumped plenty of sanitizer all over the floor. At least it wouldn't work. Oh, that's all I can say. So, PSA, kids, close your valves on your fermenter. Don't do what I did. Don't be a Richard like me. No offense to the Richards out there. Thanks, Dan. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. It was on my catch-all table behind the box. Oh, there you go. Well, you'll have that sometimes. Good thing you found it, though. It all switched around in there. That's awesome. Yeah, I have not, yeah, 45% on the power settings, Biracoy. Yes, sir. 45 percentage points. Let me see where this sample's at. Yeah, it looks about right to me too. I mean, it's just a nice rolling boil and not too much, not too little. All right, so we're creeping up on 1050 there. And that was probably 15, 20 minutes ago. So I'll got 18 minutes left in the boil. Might take another reading now to see where we are, because we are a little bit over. What did I do with that thing? There it is. We are a little bit over on volume. It looks like right now we're about 6 3/4 gallons, something like that. So I'm gonna take a reading here and see where I am. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. The thing about those pipettes is they get a little rambunctious sometimes. Just squirted all over my brew commander. Can't be having that. OG on this is supposed to be, what's our post-boil gravity? 1065, but that reading was a while back, so I'm actually going to bump up the percentage a little bit here and boil off a little bit more, because like I said, we got more than what we need, I think. What is the post? Yeah, so post-boil volume is supposed to be 6.04 gallons. Like I said, this is not a tested profile, so not a tested profile, so I'm actually going to crank up the percentage here a little bit, because we are right at probably about 6 3/4 gallons, and by the end of the boil we should be at, like I said, what did I say, 6 1/4 gallons, something like that. No, 6.04 gallons, so we should be right at 6 gallons. So I'm going to crank it up a little bit and boil off a little bit more. So that is what we call, ladies and gentlemen, a very vigorous boil right there. So we'll let that boil for the last 16 minutes or so, and hopefully achieve a little bit more boil off. Heck, maybe I'll crank it up to 75% and just blow it out of the kettle here. Let's see. Let's try 75%. See what that does. See if it starts jumping out of the kettle. Now that's boiling for sure. No, your Robo Brew is definitely not going to boil like that with 120 volts or whatever at 1650 watts or 1500 watts. This is 5500 watts at 75% on 6 gallons of beer. So it's definitely might have a second hot break here. I'm just trying to boil down a little bit, which is nice. You can do that with the electric system. If you got the power, you can just start boiling down. And yeah, look, it's like we're having a second hot break here. It's pretty interesting. It's what you call a vigorous boil. Vigorously boiling. All right, it's Whirlflock tablet time. Give us a little more foam there. Okay, that's enough. All right, hang on. If we're going to continue like this, I'm definitely going to have to we'll put a couple of drops of this here and there. That ought to do it. That is like Foamade or Defoamer. Defoamer 105 from 5 Star Chemicals. That should keep us from foaming up like that. There we go. Now we're boiling without all the foam. Yeah, no doubt. And that's not even 100%. That's only 75% of 5500 watt element. But I'm trying to boil this down a little bit. What I might do is actually I may delay the. I'm actually gonna pause the timer on the boil here, and I'm gonna let this boil down a little closer to 6 gallons before I do the last 15 minutes or so. Boy, it's still wanting to be angry, isn't it? I'll try a couple more drops in there. Oh, let's see, what did Eddie Murphy say in Raw when he was talking about Charlie catching on fire from the grill? Roll Charlie around, he'll be all right. Now that's a fire. Yeah, it's wanting to escape the kettle for sure. We'll let it go. As long as it doesn't get up to this top ring, I'll be all right. I'll let it keep going. It's boiling off pretty good. That's for sure. yeah. And I don't want to put too much firm cap in there. They tell you not to put too much, but it looks like it's keeping it down pretty low. So I don't know. This one might wind up coming out a little more caramelized than some of the other ones. So yeah, it is insane, isn't it? You can kind of see that rocking motion that we were talking about earlier, where it's rocking back and forth in the kettle. Yeah, it's crazy. So it's staying down though, so I'm okay with it so far. If it starts to get up much higher than that, I'm out on that deal. It's too easy to boil over at that point. Yeah, right. No time for pee breaks. Blow on it. I don't know if it's going to help at all. Too funny. Well, this ought to help us boil down some gravity. I think. Maybe. Hey, what do you know? Blowing on it did work. I use like 5 drops, something like that. They tell you the label is like so worn off of this thing. I haven't used it much. Not to exceed 200 parts per million. Let's see here. A typical starting point is one drop in a 5-gallon batch. Not to exceed 200 parts per million per batch. So it doesn't say how many ppm one drop is, but I've done up to 5 drops in a 5-gallon batch before, so I think we're probably okay. I'll just blow on it every once in a while. Yeah, absolutely. Yep, that works pretty good. Yep. Of course, you know, I mean, I don't generally boil this vigorously. I mean, because you can see, like, it's jumping up this far from the surface of the wort. So it's pretty crazy right now, for sure. So we're boiling down though. We're down to about 6.5 gallons or so. So it's kind of overrunning the hood just a little tiny bit. There's a little bit of steam escaping on the corner back over there. But as long as we get, I'm gonna say if I get down to 6.25 gallons, I'd probably be happy with that. It's just I had to wind up having a little bit more. Yeah, so mine is set at 75% right now on the 5,500 watt element. And yeah, no, 1 drop is not enough, Brad, for sure. Get a bar of soaps, have a shower. Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, now that's a boil, for sure. That's what we call a vigorous boil. I probably should have had it up above 45%. I was just happy with the way that boil was at that percentage. So if I'd have had it on maybe 50 or 47%, maybe like I can't remember who said that. NC, I think NC Carolina or whatever. Talking about that. Yeah, right. Throw a lobster in there. It'd be like one of those, an oyster stout where they throw the oysters in there. Am I making yellow cake? Yeah, right. That's hilarious that blowing on it works. It keeps the foam down. That's funny. It must cool it off or something. Oh man, that is hilarious. That's way more vigorous of a boil than what I normally do. But hey, what the heck. Maiden voyage on the Brew Commander and my... I actually haven't... Yeah, I brewed with this system on 240 volts before. With the Grounded Brewing Technologies system. Their controller. I hear the Iranians are... Why would the Iranians be watching my channel right now? You're killing me, man. Yeah, I know it is. It is pretty. It's like watching an airlock bubble, right? Here we go. We'll do. Hang on. Here's what we'll do. We'll do a ASMR on the boil. Here we go. Are you guys ready? There you go. the sound of electric boiling water is just so great. Yeah, burnt fingers and a sticky mic. Hey, all for you guys. You know, what can I tell you? You know, it's I have almost no limits. Yeah, the color is going to be great. It's going to be like a nice orangish, like a straw yellow, something like that. So, production qualities. Awesome. That's funny. Now you guys can tell people to come watch the ASMR of the boil, right? That's hilarious. Well, interestingly enough, the foam has finally died down, so that's good. Too funny. I'd say it's about time for another beer. Now that this thing is somewhat out of under control. Yeah, that was actually with this system, wasn't it, Beer Coy? That was funny. I remember you making a comment that you needed to take a shower after you watched it. Too funny. Yeah, right. I should do that. All right, you guys are killing me. You guys are killing me, man. You guys are killing me. Oh man, too funny. Rub two hops together. Having any issues with which faucet, Mac? The one on the wall or the one in the brewery over here? Yeah, actually, now that since you mentioned it, I have this valve right here is like hit or miss. It'll leak. Sometimes it will, sometimes it won't. But as far as the main faucet valves, which I've just learned to turn those off. Previously, I would just turn this one off. But the two main valves were fine. I got this off of eBay. The only thing I'm gonna tell you got to be really careful for is making sure that you get this riser pipe is included. You want to make sure that that's included because there's a lot of the listings on eBay that are out there do not have that riser pipe, and depending on where it comes from, those are so hard to find. I actually bought one that didn't have a riser pipe, and I thought, no problem, I'll just get one from somewhere. I ordered British straight pipe, ordered NPT, none of them would work. So yeah, just make sure that you get one with the What's that beeping noise? Oh, it must be Kelly on the Nord track. Okay. So yeah, you just got to make sure that. Now this one here, I also got it off of eBay, and it's worked flawless. It's been no problem at all. I like because it extends out to, I can reach, if you can see, I can reach all the way over here to like a HLT, and then I can also reach all the way over here to a boil kettle. I mean, it almost hits the edge of the hood. So I mean, it extends out, I think, like 36 inches or something like that. So I can fill up a boil kettle. I can fill up a HLT, and then it is piped to a RO system that I have over in the mechanical area in the house here. I've got like a 35-gallon HDPE like water tank that I run a diaphragm pump and actually pump the water all the way over from the mechanical area over to the brewery here. So the faucet here at the sink, what about this one? What about this? All right, I think we're pretty good now. I'm gonna go ahead and turn the timer back on. I'm gonna leave it boil at that rate for right now. And we should be getting down pretty close, I'd say. Let's see where this last gravity reading was before we did the ASMR boil off. Yeah, that was at 10:52, so we'll see where we are. If I can stick my hand in here without getting toasted. Go-to water treatment, Brad, that's totally dependent on what style I'm brewing. Like today with this beer, it was a IPA, and my water treatment for this one, now mind you, this was a full volume brew in a bag batch, where I had all the water in the kettle for the beer. 8.6 grams of gypsum, 5.1 grams of Epsom salt, 3 grams of calcium chloride, and 1.7 grams of actually like salt, like kosher salt, for my additives. But that was because I'm doing like an IPA, and I had my sulfates. Sulfates were right around 200, and then the calcium, like the calcium chloride, the calcium levels, those were right around 100, like 98 or something like that. So I mean, that's, you know, it just depends on what you're brewing, but I mean, you're generally always going to add gypsum, calcium chloride, probably some Epsom salt, to get your magnesium and stuff, because it's good for your yeast health and all that stuff. But you know, it varies based on what type of beer you're brewing. I mean, you know, for this one, I did almost exactly the opposite. The sulfates were lower and the chloride was higher. So I just went with that from experience. I mean, that's what I targeted for this recipe, just from my experience of brewing IPAs and stuff. If you want your IPAs to pop, because the problem I was having when I first started brewing, I'd do like 70, 80 IBUs, calculated bitterness, and when I taste the beer, it's like, it's not bitter at all. I'm not picking up any kind of bitterness. Well, then as soon as I started adjusting my water and punching up the sulfates, it definitely has a better hop utilization, and you definitely you get the more appearance of those hops, those bittering hops, for sure. Yes, Brad, I do use brewing water, for sure. Yeah, Tim, I mean, take your water, send it out to like Ward Labs or somebody like that, and have them do a sample on it, and find out where you are with the base. Do it exactly as you do with your normal brew day. Put your RV filter in there, capture that water, send it off to Ward Labs, and then have them analyze it for you, see where you are, and then you can adjust from there. I mean, if you find that you're too high for a particular style, you can use Brewing water, they have like a thing where you can like dilute with distilled water and bring the ions down in your current water profile to match whatever you're brewing. So I mean, I did that for a long time. Yeah, I know that Wakey Oz. I mean, I'm aware of that, but it's just a matter of if your sulfates are low and you're not adjusting them and cranking them up a little bit, you're definitely not going to experience the hop bitterness that you normally would with with adjusted water. You shouldn't have to Biracoy, I wouldn't think. I mean, at most there's probably maybe 15 or 20 parts per million of whatever in there. It's pretty negligible to think about, with RO water. I mean, mine, I put the deionization filter in there. It's 0 now. There's nothing in it. All right, I'm gonna turn this down here. Turn it down to 55% because we're right about 6 gallons now, so should be good. Yeah, I agree with you, Paul. I mean, that's probably one of the most important things you can do is adjust your water. Lagging behind, I was asking the brand of faucet on here. I don't know what the brand was, honestly. I went on to eBay and found a commercial sprayer faucet. There's no particular brand on it that I know of. Well, maybe there is. I can't see here. Let me see if I can tell you what brand it is. I went with just about the cheapest thing I could find, quite honestly. This says Royal Alliance. I don't know if I'd put a whole lot of stock in that, though, quite honestly. Phone's about to die here. I'm going to plug it in. Yeah, so I mean, as far as that goes, Brad, just have your water analyzed and see, whatever, see what's in it, and then adjust from there. Yeah, I mean, the faucet Biracoy is, it's just a tool. It does the job, right? Hey, Drummy Z, good to have you, buddy. Appreciate it. Have a happy Easter. Have a happy Easter. Stay safe and no COVID. Yeah, I mean that's definitely Wakey Oz. I mean that would be if you're doing IPA, I would say add a couple of teaspoons of gypsum wouldn't hurt at all, for sure. For sure. I think we'll be hard pressed to get to 1060, much less the 1062 or 63 that I was hoping for. But hey, it'll be beer, so I'm not too worried about it. I threw this recipe together last second with no particular thought at all of anything, and just kind of came up with something on the fly. So it'll wind up being beer. It was just fun hanging out with you guys and doing some boil kettle ASMR. That's probably the most fun of the whole brew day. All right. Time to put the basket in. Here we go. Well, that'll kill a boil in a hurry. It'll come back though. All right, there we go. We'll see how good this thing. I bet it'll work pretty good for keeping the trub out of the fermenter. I bet. I just bought a Wakey Oz. Would that be? I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about there, Brad. Ward Labs. They actually, if you go to Ward Laboratories, they actually have a specific. They call it a beer test, and I think it's about $40. If you purchase it from them, they send you a container to put your water in. Then it's it's prepaid postage both ways. Send it back to them, and then like a week or so later, they email you a report of what's in your water, and then you can take a look at it. Yes, I thought it was about $40. So yeah, it's prepaid postage both ways, along with the test included in that price. So it's not too bad. Hopefully it shouldn't boil over. That is funny. It seemed like it's kind of boiling outside of the basket. That's weird. I don't know if you can see that or not, but it's like it's boiling outside of the basket. You see back over here? That's weird. Never seen that before. Yeah, claw hammer hop spider. This is like a full kettle hop spider. Let's come back to a boil now. Let's kick it up to 100% real quick and blast it off here. See if we can actually make it boil over. Oh, there it goes. That's so weird. It's like climbing up the side of the basket there. That is really weird. Interesting. I've never seen that before. Yeah, so it's like boiling up past the side there. Turn it down to 75%. Just keep everything where it should be. Yeah, it's like boiling out of the side of the basket there. Look at that, that's crazy. Let me let you guys see what I'm talking about. You see how it's boiling over the side of the basket there? It's like boiling over into the basket. That is so weird. I've never seen that. It's like Niagara Falls. That's the weirdest thing ever. Kind of cool. It's like it's boiling over into the basket. So much for all that cleaning I did earlier. Yeah, it is weird. It's kind of cool. It seems like it's kind of quieted down now. I don't know if it's because the wort is starting to boil inside of the basket or what, but yeah, it's definitely very weird. It looks like it's starting to boil in the basket now, so it's starting to the heat's starting to transfer into the wort in the basket. It looked like it was just having a hard time heating up under the basket there. Of course, the basket was cold sitting on the table over there. So this should be fun though. I'll drop a hose in there for doing a Whirlpool at 170. Probably should actually, yeah. We're at the end of the boil now anyway, so I probably should start thinking about doing that. I need a hose. Jiminy Christmas, I don't need one that long. Now it's boiling over again. Holy crap. Step away for 5 seconds, look what happens. Craziness. All right, let me hook this up to here. Run this over to the kettle. Yep, into the boil. Let me get a clamp so that thing doesn't fly out of there while I'm doing something else. Be my luck. There we go. Okay. Calm down. I need a 90. There we are. There we are. All right. It's all about having the right tool for the job. I needed a 90 degree because it was starting to pinch off the hose over there. There we go. Put a 90 degree on it. Open this up. Open that up. Let's get our pump here. There we go. Yeah, we got some wort flowing through there. Should be just a matter of time before it starts coming out. Oh. Valve on the riptide is closed. All right, there we go. Awesome. Get another boil over, right? Never underestimate the power of the Harbor Freight clamp. There we go. Awesome. All right. Yeah, you probably get a little bit less, at least less bitterness for sure. I don't know about aroma. This one will be interesting because a lot of the wort is flowing through this big hop spider, if you will. So it'll be interesting to see how much, if there's any reduction in the aroma or anything like that. With that, I don't think so, but there could possibly be some. All right. Hook up our hose here. That was genius, having the temperature gauge pointing away from me, but I guess I can tell by what's in the kettle, I guess. Can't win them all, I guess. Let's see here. That's really funny. My sight glass actually is not showing anything right now. It's like it's kind of boiled out. It's funny. It's showing nothing in it, like the kettle is empty. Try to drop this down to 170 and see where we can do there. Yeah, no, I agree with you, Timothy. There, you stir inside of the hop spider every once in a while, and it will probably help you out. Let's crank this thing on and see if we can chill this down pretty quick here. This accelerator works pretty well. I'm showing the temperature on the output here to be about 90 degrees at full blast. The Riptide pump is open all the way. The the valve on the accelerator is open all the way. It's dropping pretty quick here. I guess that might be more fun to watch than the... Yeah, that's kind of where I'm going with this. I'm dropping it down to 170. You get a little less removal of the volatile oils if you're not, if you drop it down, as you notice. I mean, you probably don't notice, but when you drop it down that low, you're not getting any kind of generally not getting any kind of a boil off or anything like that. So no steam coming off the kettle much. All right, so I think probably by the time I get my hops, I'm actually going to set this to 170 so I can actually hold it at the temperature that I want, so it doesn't drop down below it. Should be fine. I actually shut off the chiller. I know. It'll be all right. I don't like that sound. I don't know what that sound is, but I don't like that sound. It sounds like the element is burning something. Wow. So that has basically completely plugged this hop spider up, or the basket up, and it's filled. It's pretty much drained the entire kettle, and it's wound up in this basket. That is not good. Okay, I'm gonna turn this off. Well, that might not have been a good idea after all, folks. But hey, who knows? Let me clamp this to the side over here. I'm gonna try to let this thing drain out because it is not. That is crazy. That's craziness. It actually plugged it all up. Yeah. Rodell, it's an IPA, or I'm trying to anyways. I don't know what's going on here. This is kind of a mess now. This was not a good idea. No wonder why the sight glass said that it was showing 0. I'll try to see if I can get some of this to drain out, because it is absolutely not draining out at all. So if I can get it to drain out, it probably will be some decent wort. Yeah. There we go. Now it's cranking back up. Wow. That was crazy. I heard something popping and cracking in the bottom of the kettle, and it sounded like an element scorching wort to me. I don't smell anything, thank goodness. I think I caught it quick enough, but I think we almost had some scorched wort on our hands there, so I'm glad I caught that before it actually did any kind of damage at all. Let me see. All right, so I'm gonna let that drain back out of there. Yeah, this is, let me show you what I'm talking about here. This is kind of crazy. You can see that. So there's actually, yeah, I mean, that's how fine that screen is. It's like, apparently it's like 400 micron. So, I mean, I guess the one positive to it is that all this trub and everything that I recirculated into this thing is not going to wind up in my fermenter, but holy crap. That was scary for a minute there. Unreal. So I'm having to kind of scrape the bottom of the basket to let any wort go through, which is absolutely crazy. I think the element's okay. I probably caught it before it did anything, just because I heard it, you know, cracking and popping, and I knew that wasn't a normal sound. That was not ASMR. So, try to see if I can get this thing to drain out all the way. Hopefully I can. Yeah, so I guess I'm about to go watch that video that Clawhammer did with theirs, where they used it for a hop spider, because I'm a little bit in disbelief now after experiencing this for sure. I don't know what the difference is between what I did and what they did, but I'm definitely not having a lot of luck with this for sure. So if they put a bunch of hops in there, I don't know how in the world they got it to drain, quite honestly. Pretty crazy. Yeah, no problem. I mean, it's we thought we'd give it a shot, you know. Yeah, the screen on the Brew Commander, it was probably showing the element. The element is not on at all. So we're brewing for real, folks. No smoking beers or editing here, for sure. This is the real deal. And I'm telling you that I don't think that this basket works very well for a hop spider at all. So I am just going to go and throw all caution to the wind. I'm actually bringing the wort back up to 170 degrees and add my hops back into it and run the pump that way, just because I do want to do that. But yeah, this was a bit of a mistake. So I'm gonna let that drain for just a minute. Yeah, all right, see you, Justin. Have a good one. Happy Easter. Stay safe. Absolutely. Yeah, no problem, Brad and True Keld. I mean, I'll take one for the team. I don't have a problem with that. Let's see here. Show you how much debris is in there. Pretty crazy, actually. If you can see that. Let me switch over to the other one there. Yeah, I mean, this is, yeah, their hop spider is basically about the same as this. I mean, look at all the stuff that's in the bottom of there. So very interesting. Let me pull the basket out and drop it over here in the sink. That's a mess. All right, well, PSA, boys and girls, don't try that at home. All right, let me crank this back on. See if we can get it back up to 170, and I'll drop my hops in there. All right, well, I don't think the element got damaged because it's heating up, so that's good. Yeah, wow, crazy. All right, let me consult my recipe here real quick. Whew, what What a screw up. Oh, I put the basket in for, use it like a hop basket, if you will. And it totally, like, completely clogged up. Yeah.
Did you help with anything?
No, I'm good. What's that? No, I'm good. Doesn't smell scorched or burnt or anything, so that's the good news. What's up, buddy? All right. Ounce of Mosaic and an ounce of Galaxy. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, they had to have been stirring a whole bunch, for sure. Watched this morning, look at, yeah, I could see that for sure. I mean, they had to have been. There's no way that they could have been able to use it without stirring a whole bunch. I mean, because that completely clogged up like immediately. So 1 ounce of Mosaic and 1 ounce of Galaxy. Yeah, right. No kidding, John. It should be. All right. Key is don't panic. It'll work out for sure. All right. I guess 1.1 ounces of each it is. That's what we're doing. All right. Yeah, the SR71 Blackbird kettle. That's really interesting because it's still making a weird cracking and popping noise. I don't know if maybe there might be some hop debris or something inside of the kettle, inside of the element or something. I don't know. That's kind of interesting. I don't know what's causing that. Not sure. Not sure. See if you have anything else go wrong today. Probably can. Drain all the sanitizer out of this thing. All right, there we go. This is ready now, at least. That's good. Blackbird. Yeah, I saw it as I was coming back when I went to go get the other hops. I saw it boiling past the basket. That was kind of weird. Never seen that before. Yeah, it looks like we got about just a little over 5.5 gallons with the chiller and lines and all that stuff full, so that's kind of promising. The clawhammer video they're referring to is the one they dropped this morning, the creamsicle. I think it was creamsicle IPA, something like that. That was the one they're referring to. I haven't even watched that one yet myself, so I'm definitely gonna have to go back and watch that one for sure and see what they did. I guess that's what I get for using the clawhammer supply basket without a clawhammer supply system, right? The Holy Grail recipe, milkshake IPA. Did they add any lactose to it? Because if they did, I'm out on that one. I'm okay without the lactose, quite honestly. No wonder it's taking so long to heat up. It's still on 75% duty cycle. Forgot you have to change that back in the auto mode. If you adjust it in the boil mode, you got to change it back to 100%. So that's what was taking it so long. Get up to 170. But oh, the Holy Grail recipe. Right, exactly. All right, Drake, have a good one, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Tetman74. I'm actually using. And this I've got at the 5-minute mark, which probably is about 15 minutes now. I used Ron Mexico, which is like a Sabro variant. And then once I get back up to 170, I'm actually going to drop in an ounce of Galaxy and an ounce of Mosaic. So, yeah, right. Post-boil protein rest. Exactly. Yeah, that's about what we got here. So, crazy. All right, we're within 5 degrees of our goal here, boys. So we'll get her going here in just a second. Yeah, we're a little bit over. Let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so we're a little over 5.5 gallons. So I have not taken a. Let me see what this gravity reading shows. The cloth here, the shirt cloth. Tastes good. Oh, that reading was like 1057. So hey, we might get to 1060. You never know. It's hard to say for sure. We might get close after all is said and done. I'm not counting on it, but hey, whatever. Let me switch back over to the other view here. I forgot. Yeah. Hey, I'm just a brewer like everybody else. You know, I have the same mess ups and screw ups and everything else as everybody else. I'm not immune to that crap at all. Trust me on that one. I can tell you for sure, I am not immune. And sometimes I'm not amused. So let me crank open this and hit the pump. Looks like we've got a little bit of an air pocket in there. Come on now. All right, here we go. There we go. Now we're cooking with gas. Or electric, as it were. Oh, okay, wasn't too. Okay, I got you. Oh yeah, I'm not. I don't like. I don't like the lactose. What the heck is going on? This thing's got like a weird crackling sound going on. I don't know what's going on here. Not scorching or anything, but all right, we're gonna go ahead and dump them in. Let them really pull around for a little bit. Let me set a timer here. We'll do 10 minutes. Smells good. I haven't done any of the short and shoddy recipes. Might be fun to do, but I haven't done any. I've followed some of that stuff. Looks like fun. but I have not done any of it. It looks like we're going to be whirlpooling at about 165 today when I turn the pump back on. It dropped down because of all the cool wort in the chiller, so we'll wind up finishing out probably about 170 or so. So I'm not gonna complain. Let's see where we're at here with this. Oh, looks like we're gonna hit right about 1060. It looks like, as opposed to 1065. So that was a bit off. But hey, whatever. It'll still be beer. It tastes good. Yeah, 30-minute mash, 30-minute boil. I actually contemplated doing a 30-minute boil today. I'm glad I didn't, because definitely would have been short on gravity for sure. What happened to my timer? Oh, I guess I gotta hit start on it, don't I? Funny how things work like that. Yeah, we're at 170 now, so that's good. Yeah, I mean, you can, based on the I guess the highly modified malts and everything we have nowadays, the whole DMS boil off thing is not as much of an issue as it was in the past, apparently. So they've done some experiments where they're shortening up the time on the brewing and the mash and all that stuff. I mean, as long as you have conversion, there's no reason really to mash for more than 30 minutes, really, I would say. All right, we're doing it. No chill, warm. Yeah, I mean, I definitely do lagers under pressure, warm fermented. There's no doubt about that. For sure. For sure. Alrighty. Looking good. Been a heck of a brew day, for sure. Been fun though. First time using the Brew Commander. I'm definitely impressed with that. Got no bad things to say about that, really. I mean, it held temperature within 1 degree or so. So I'm not complaining about that on the mash, and it was easy to adjust for the boil. So definitely like that device for sure. All right. What has anybody besides Paul done the short and shoddy method at all? I know I have not done them yet. I've contemplated doing some of that stuff, but I haven't done any of it yet. Other than the fermenting under pressure at room temperature, I've done that plenty. I've actually got a lager right now sitting in there that I did just a normal lager, and then I dumped 2 ounces of Simcoe at the end, and it's starting to taste really good. It's something else. So That's all I'm short at this point. Okay, cool. Awesome. Smells good. For sure. I think I'll take one more gravity reading just for the just to be safe. Hopefully it'll hit 1060. We'll see. Have an order for the Firmzilla all-rounder. I got you. You mean one of these? Is this what you're talking about? We've also got one of these that I'm waiting on some new bulkheads for because the nuts that were on the bulkheads for the temp twister were too big and they wouldn't tighten down all the way. So I've had this thing for a little while and have not been able to use it at all. So bummer, bummer. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think you'll like the all-rounder. I guess the all-rounder from, I was talking to Key from Kegland, and he said the all-rounder down in Australia has been crazy. I have not fermented into corny. I mean, there's no reason why you can't. You probably would reduce your batch size down to about 4.5 gallons, just because you're going to need to trim the dip tube at the bottom and probably waste about a half a gallon or so. But there's no reason why you can't at all. I mean, there's absolutely no reason you can't do that. I would say that for sure. Yeah, would I try the cooling coil with like a gallon of like water in your freezer? I think you probably can chill it down to like keep ale temperatures, but you're not going to do any lagering or anything like that. Yeah, I don't see why you can't ferment in a corny keg. I really don't. All right, I'm gonna turn the element off and crank my water back on here and see if we can't get some chilling going on. Cool this batch down. HERMS corny keg system for nano batches. So are you? Yeah, even with the glycol in a freezer, like in a reservoir, it's unfortunate. I'd love to tell you differently, but it's not going to be able to get it down probably past 60 degrees or more. I mean, unless you have, unless the ambient air temperature is going to be less than that, unless if the ambient temperature is cooler than that, you're going to be okay. But I would say you definitely won't get below 55 degrees. I've actually had a mini fridge with the freezer component in the glycol reservoir at like 26 degrees, and it just is not enough to chill it down. So yeah, so I mean, if you're just looking to do that, trusted, then yeah, you'll be fine. I just want to make sure you weren't expecting more than that, because I've tried it and it doesn't happen. So. going to slow the flow of this down just a little bit to get some cooler wort running in there. It's already down to like 70 degrees or so. So it should be chilling pretty good. And we're down to 145 in the kettle, so. Let's see here. Yeah, we're almost down to 70 degrees coming out of the chiller here. So once I get it down to that, I'll start probably transferring into the fermenter. Yeah, no, you could add some consistency for sure, like you said there. Definitely. I'm going to sanitize this thing and run my wort through it. Try to catch some of that debris. Keep as much out of the fermenter as possible. So I'm just using claw hammer all over the place without the claw hammer. So I'm probably asking for trouble again, but you know, hey, whatever. So we'll use it. It's funny because Key from Kegland, he really is not that big of a fan of the temp twister. He would much rather see you put the Firmzilla into a fridge or something like that as a cooling mechanism. They're actually coming out with a fridge made specifically for those. All right. Yeah, we're 10:59, so it'll work. Not quite the gravity that I was hoping for, but it'll work. Yeah, the all-rounder is definitely, I mean, it's so inexpensive, and I think it'll do a great job for what it is. Like I said, they said that in Australia they're selling them like freaking hotcakes over there, so it's crazy. All right. So we're about 65 degrees coming out of the chiller now, so I'm going to go ahead and switch this over to the hop back here, or the hop screen, and start pumping into the fermenter here. Should be able to catch a lot of the debris in there, I think. Plus it'll give me a little aeration at the same time, so win-win plus plus. My valve is closed, so that's good. Hey, Daniel, what's happening? Yeah, no, I'm with you. That's kind of where it's at for me too. I mean, I have two glycol chillers, but you know, it's the fermenting under pressure is definitely, it's so much easier to do lagers. They're so much faster too. I like it. Alrighty. Man, that tastes good. Holy crap, that tastes really good. All right, Chris, have a good one. Have a happy Easter. Be safe. Shelter in place. All those things, all the stuff. I have not tried a DIY glycol chiller. I was going to a while back. I looked on Craigslist for like a window unit, AC unit, and it was like, they were like $200 or $300 for any decent BTU. I'm like, I'm not doing that. If I can pick up a AC unit for like $50 or something like that, I'll try it. But for that much, oh my gosh, no. WLP 800 or 830. Which ones are those, Trusted? I'll be honest with you. Every lager yeast that I've tried under pressure has had no problem. I know White Labs makes a specific pressure lager yeast, but I don't think that any of them have a problem with fermenting under pressure, quite honestly. So, Yeah, I don't think that this hop spider is doing a whole lot of good for the going into the fermenter here. It's getting plugged up really fast too. Might keep some out, so I'll use it anyway, I guess. Sorry guys, I'm not keeping up with the screen here. I'm trying to get this beer in the fermenter and keep as much crap out of it as possible. I don't know how well it's going to work, but I'm trying. Color's looking pretty good in there. I don't know how many gallons we're going to wind up with. I know my dip tube is like, will pick up all but about 0.2 gallons out of the kettle because of the way I positioned it and the way I cut the hole and all that stuff. Let me, in fact, let me turn that thing down. I can turn it here. Ah, that ain't working. Oh well, whatever. Whatever. Yeah, you're just enjoying the show. I don't know how much of a show there is, quite honestly. Some guy working on a fermenter with a hop screen in it. It's getting there though, so I'm able to kind of scrape the sides of this thing and get a lot of the debris off of the sides so it can actually transfer some water into the fermenter, so that's good. See how we're doing over here. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. It's getting down there. Getting there. Using Amazon firm wrap in my Firmzilla. Done 92 degrees. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't think there's any issue with that at all. I've actually done something similar to that. Getting down there. Yeah, I think we might wind up with a little over 5 gallons in the fermenter, so I think I'll be happy about that. It's got a little bit of trub in there, but not too much. Just a little bit of fine stuff. No major hop debris or anything. So surprised I don't see more hops in the bottom of the kettle. Quite honestly, maybe it's because they're all in this hop basket and they're all in the gigantic hop spider over there. Yeah, it's like there's almost nothing in there. So it's really interesting. Move that dip tube a little bit. Like I said, my dip tube is positioned as such a way that it literally is 1/8 of an inch off of the bottom of the kettle floor. So it picks up pretty much everything in the kettle. So it should get it just about all. And then by the time it gets to the not so good stuff. That should be all that there is left, and it'll just stay in the chiller rather than getting in the fermenter. So looking pretty good so far. I'm happy with it. Yeah, it's sucking everything up right down the bottom of the kettle. If you guys can see that, I don't know if you can, if my head's in the way or not, but basically it's all the way to the bottom there. So, oh, come on, don't do that. Get the rest of this out of the basket here. Yes, I made it right at 5 gallons. So by the time I do a little dry hop and stuff, I'll probably wind up with about 4 3/4 gallon, maybe a little bit less, but should be good. Picked up a fair amount of hop debris in the hop spider there, so it's all good. Yeah, not bad. I'll show you guys what I wound up catching in there. If you can see it or not. There's kind of a little bit of sludge in the bottom of that. I don't know if you can see it. I guess you probably can't see it too well, but there's a decent amount of sludge in the side of there. So we caught a little bit. It was worthwhile, I guess. Got 5 gallons in the fermenter. So it's all good. All right. Anvil doesn't come back soon. Yeah. They should be back in stock pretty quick. I mean, it's been one of those things where the COVID-19 has stopped all the shipments from China, so it's one of those deals where, you know, it happens, but it's not gonna stop them completely. But if you don't want to wait, you don't want to wait. Well, from here on out, it's pretty much all just cleaning with my back to the camera. So I definitely, you know, appreciate everybody that has showed up and hung out with us today, and all the questions and comments and watching me screw things up, and as usual, and keeping on going with it. So, you know, cheers everybody. Hope you have a safe and happy Easter. Definitely be with the ones you love, and you know, cherish their presence, because with this thing, I tell you what, it's going around that you know, it can hit anybody anytime. So, you know, I had a little bit of a scare myself. I thought I might have had it earlier this week and wound up, I don't know if I had a light bout of it or whatever, but it certainly makes you think, and you know, it definitely is one of those things that you want to cherish the people that are around you. So thank you so much. Appreciate it, guys. Have a great one. We'll see you on the next one. I'm gonna try to do like a beer tasting or so, beer at the bar with you guys a little bit more often right now since we're all quarantined. So be on the lookout for that. It might be an hour or two on a weeknight or something like that, just to hang out with you guys and answer questions and stuff like that. So thanks for watching. Certainly do appreciate it. Cheers, everybody. Have a good one. Oh, I'm drinking a this is the Hazy IPA that I brewed on the. If you watch the Spike Brewing, this is a New England IPA that I did on there. So. Definitely we'll keep the drink. I'll keep the videos coming. Keep drinking. Stay safe. All right, guys. Have a great one. Thank you.